Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
It's the taker! Knowles hit, bang, straight down the ground on the off drive, 6. This one, bowsing! Straight through the captain. Coley lifts it up to 5 it carries for 6. That is a shot of an emperor.
For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. And Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Hello and welcome to the Gabba for the 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India. My name is Jack Fulham and this is SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu, it's Australia's favourite air. I'm joined alongside by Michael Kasparovich, one of Queensland's greatest fast bowlers, a man that dominated on the Gabba for over a decade at both international and domestic level. Casper, great to have you on board.
Oh, it's wonderful to be here. Geez, I'm looking forward to this, Jack.
Let's not waste any time and head down to the third member of our lineup, the always colourful Bharat Sundaresan, who has Australian wicketkeeper Josh Inglis down on the boundary.
Thanks, Jack. Josh, thanks for doing this. You're the only member of that Ashes Test squad in part of this series. So you're coming back from injury. How have the last few days and the last couple of weeks been?
Yeah, it's been really exciting on a personal note. Obviously, a frustrating time to get injured just before that New Zealand tour and the start of the home summer. So, yeah, really great to be back amongst the boys. And a little disappointed with my performances, just feeling a bit rusty and a bit out of rhythm, but hopefully some runs tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's understandable that you'd be a bit rusty because you've sort of flown under the radar. I mean, compare this to 12 months ago. I mean, you're scoring shield runs for fun and you're just knocking on that test selection door as well. So how have you dealt with the different kind of build-up this year?
I mean, it's just been full focus on this series, really. I haven't thought about anything else. So, yeah, it's just been... At the start, it was pure excitement to be back around the group and just getting back amongst the boys, and then a bit of disappointment with personal performance. But look, we're still in the mix. We're 2-1 down, obviously, and looking forward to hopefully putting on a show tonight.
Yeah, I mean, just on that, I don't think Australia has beaten India in a T20I series here, but you only lost one game here, I think, in 8 T20I. So you have a good record here. The weather's not looking very bright at the moment, but you backing yourselves to level the series here?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's obviously a beautiful ground, and it's somewhere a lot of us have played a fair bit of cricket now, and we know the conditions and the ground really well. So hopefully that's in our favour tonight.
And just going back to your preparation, you said you haven't performed or the way you want to so far in the series. But how are you feeling about your batting and your body?
Body's really good, yeah. It's obviously, as I said before, disappointing to have the injury at that time. But no, I'm back now, I'm fit. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Just obviously like to spend a bit more time there out in the middle.
And it's been a crazy year for you already. I mean, we were there in Galle when you made that outstanding century on test debut. So from that point on, you said it's been a bit frustrating. You've been around the team ever since, but just being part of an Ashes squad, that must be very special for you.
Yeah, it's awesome. Look, I think I've been part of the last couple and been around it here and there. So, look, another Ashes series is really special. There's obviously been heaps of chat and talk about it, but for me personally, it's just been full focus on this, and I'll start to have a think about that when I get home tomorrow.
Yeah, and just on that as well, I mean, what have your discussions with the selectors been? I mean, I guess you get in as the reserve batter at this point, but what have those conversations been like? And I know your focus is here, but just the role you might play over the test summer.
We haven't spoke about it too much. Obviously, it's been white ball focused, but as I said, we play tonight, home tomorrow, and then into the Shield game starting Tuesday next week. So I guess, yeah, get that under the belt and see how I go there, and then I guess once the team arrive in Perth, we'll start to have those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Perth and Western Australians, I mean, Mitch is hitting the ball as well as probably he ever has. He's always hit it hard, but he's hitting it harder now. Just on that and the rest of this team?
Yeah, Mitch is going really well. I think we've seen him go from strength to strength over the last couple of years, really. Once he's had that C next to his name, he sort of led from the front and played beautifully. So, yeah, he looks like he hasn't got a care in the world out there at the minute, and it's hopefully he can go again tonight.
I know it always comes around when you are picked in an Ashes squad because your accent's getting there. I know, it's going to come, of course, Josh. So, are you enough? Are you sick and tired of the banter about like you and your accent?
No, it doesn't bother me at all. I've obviously played a fair bit of cricket against England now, so I'm used to the questions about it, and yeah, it's just another team.
But what would it mean for you to be? I mean, you've been around the squad to play an Ashes Test match.
Yeah, it'd mean a lot. Like anyone else, I think we all know the history of it and all the amazing series and the amazing players that have gone before us. So to be a part of it is really exciting.
Yeah, and just finally, I mean, that probably is the main event of the summer, the Ashes, but this has felt like a main event in itself, hasn't it? The series, the crowds that we've had, and just playing against the number one ranked team in the world.
Yeah, that's it. You hit the nail on the head. I think anytime you play India, home or away, their support's can be unbelievable, and yeah, we've certainly felt that this series. As you said, number one in the world. They're a very good cricket team, so I think it's a really good time to sort of play them before this World Cup, and I couldn't think of better preparation.
Yeah, and just, it doesn't look flash at the moment. Hopefully the weather stays away, and hopefully you go over there and score the runs that you want to.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but I think we had a game a few years ago where it was like torrential rain and we were on for a 7-over game, so hopefully not the case, but I know the drainage is very good here.
It's a crazy part of the world. Thank you so much, Josh.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you, mate.
Bharat Sundaresan with Aussie wicketkeeper Josh Inglis. Back up here in the commentary box, Michael Kasparovich. Let's start with the big news of the day, which is the impending gloom that's about to hit the Gabba. We've got storms out to the west, but you know this place better than anyone. Do you reckon there's still a chance to get a game tonight?
Yeah, don't believe all the hype a lot of the time. I think growing up here in Queensland, we sort of remember just certainly every afternoon, pretty much it was thunder or you'd hear the thunder, but you'd see the lightning in the west.
Yep.
I reckon growing up, just remember that. And I just think it's no different. Granted, it's possibly a little bit earlier. We've seen some of this heavy rain, but I looked on my phone and it's telling me that Wollongabba at 7 p.m. we're a 45% chance of rain.
Ooh.
So I'm not a betting man or anything like that, but I'm just thinking that it's happened plenty of times where it feels like it's going to rain, but it just doesn't.
And with a new bomb website, you wouldn't want to be a betting man when it comes to the rain because they've had a few issues with it recently.
Well, I haven't gone to ChatGPT to find out what it reckons, but I reckon that regardless if it does come and rain, it comes over quick, it'll dump it down, but then it clears out. And what we find quite often here, certainly at the Gabba, that even though there'll be a massive amount of water comes down, it drains. I think Josh even mentioned that in that interview there. And look, I've been here when we played years ago and the whole ground looked like a lake. I reckon about after this massive amount of water and rain and all that, we're back on there in an hour's time.
Dries off pretty quickly. Well, the Aussies will be hoping that we can get a game because currently in this 5-match T20 International Series, they are 2-1 down. The story of the series so far. Game 1 was rained out in Canberra. Game 2 at the MCG, the Aussies won by 4 wickets. And then the last 2 matches, India, a 5-wicket win in the third game in Hobart. And on Thursday night at Carrara on the Gold Coast, a dominant performance to win by 50 runs and take a 2-1 lead. So the story of this series, if Australia win tonight, they tie the series and the team share the trophy. If India win, they claim victory in the series.
Well, the importance, of course, is that there's a T20 World Cup in India. I think it's in February. And we've got teams, the first and second ranked sides with the ICC currently at the moment in this competition. And I just think even that game at the Gold Coast was one of those interesting things. I was actually down there, fortunate to watch it. The wicket was kind of slow, which meant that it suited, I think, the Indian game. We saw their spinners take it on the way they batted as well. Were quite patient with it. It was actually, I think that was where their experience came in really handy. It's going to be a different kettle of fish here at the Gabba for sure. Having a look at that wicket.
Well, you were down there pre-game.
Yeah. Yep, and not just to say hi to Matthew Hayden because he was down there as well, knowing him pretty well after all these years.
You told me that you were going to go and tackle Hayden, which you'd have to be a brave man to do that because he's a barrel-chested human.
He's quite large. He's bigger now than what he was when he played too, as we all are, of course.
Have the hats always been a thing?
The last few years. Interesting thing too with Haydos was his commentary style. When you listen to him, and I think he's got a lot more energy when he's commentating to an Indian audience. And I told him that out there. I told him Steve Waugh reckons the same. And he had a good, hard laugh. I'm not just saying he's more animated, but he does sort of give it a bit more. And, of course, I think that's what he's doing through the summer for the Indian broadcaster.
Indian TV. So big summer of cricket coming up for Haydos. He'll be across all 5 tests of the Ashes. And, of course, SEN, your home of the Ashes this summer. First test, it's not far away. 21st of November over in Perth. Bharat Sundaresan has joined us in the commentary box. You've sprinted upstairs. Bharat, what are you feeling like with these conditions tonight? Do you think we'll get a game on?
Firstly, Jack, I never sprint anywhere. I just do everything
It was a hustle.
casually. No, well, I did go and say my hellos in the print box, as you should. Never forget your roots, Casper. You taught me this.
Nice and polite.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Now, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, Josh Inglis just doesn't want to bite into that Ashes bullet yet, doesn't he? I must have asked him 7 different ways, but his focus is on this game. And I think for a lot of these players as well, I was just having a chat with Mitch Marsh. He's still looking for tickets, by the way. If you're listening to this in Perth, if you can sort old Mitch out for days 1 and 2, please do.
It's sold out, isn't it?
It's sold out, and you can be Mitch Marsh, but you still need tickets to get in. Casper?
I realise that, but I'm thinking if someone knows someone that might be able to do something.
Yeah, get the white ball captain in.
Okay,
Well, this is SEN T20 cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. We'll take a quick break and be back in a moment's time as we build up to this 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Want fresh savings? Then visit your local Chemist Warehouse now and find Red Seal toothpaste whitening fluoride 100 gram just $4.19. And look for Refresh Contact Eye Drops, only $8.99. Get that fresh, clean feeling with TheraBreath Deep Clean Oral Rinse 473ml, $12.59. And grab AZEP Hay Fever Relief Nasal Spray 20ml, only $21.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you, with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
At Tab, we're on for spring racing. Jump on the Tab app for expert tips, insights and race comments all at your fingertips. Follow your favourite Sky Racing tipsters and get the lowdown from racing and sports. Now that's something to shout about. Tab, we're on.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25. Claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts. T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
With the warmer weather on the way, now's the perfect time to prepare your commercial property for the hot summer ahead. Synergy Painting Group can give it a hot wash to clean away winter grime and assess what painting work is required to protect surfaces. Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let their team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Check out their comprehensive commercial solutions, including line marking, signage, roof coatings, and epoxy flooring. Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability.
As a traditional caring butchery, the Butcher Club source quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service. But it's simply not your average butcher shop. As founding corporate members, the Butcher Club are proud to support the Superheroes Foundation that assists families impacted by brain cancer. Superheroes Foundation helps cover expenses such as medications, travel, childcare, hospital parking, specialist appointments, and anything in between, with 100% of proceeds going directly to those in need. Superheroes Foundation and the Butcher Club, helping families affected by brain cancer.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Facing Zampa now. He's gone again. This time he's got it. That is a slog sweep from the very top draw and the very top level. 2 in a row. Shoot on bowls. Hit high and long from Tim David. That is massive. That's the biggest of the night. That's a third tierer. Tim David. Take a bow.
Welcome back to the Gabba. Those are our Ripper plays for Red Rooster. Hurry, grab a bacon and cheese Ripper now. Our Ripper plays with Red Rooster, and they were two of the biggest hits that we saw down at Carrara on Thursday night on the Gold Coast. Surakumar and Tim David with massive six. And hopefully we're going to see a repeat of that action tonight. All right.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the clouds are looking ominous at the moment, and yeah, it's a crazy part of the world, like I mentioned earlier. The crazy part of the world, crazy enough for you two to come from or hail from, Michael Kasparovich and Jack Fulham, so that's good. Like, crazy in a good way, though.
I'm going to say, do you want to add the fact that we actually have every trophy and cup out of football codes and...
Right now, yes.
Right now,
yeah,
up this way. If that's crazy, I'm happy to be crazy, man.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I mean, just saying that Sheffield Shield still rests happily with the South Australians. So
not for much longer, because the Bulls have started well to the season.
They have. But, you know, the South Australians are always good at coming back. And, well, Australia will have to come back as well. So they are missing a big South Australian at the top of the order in Travis Head, who's prepping for the Ashes with some Shield cricket. And I think that will play a big role as well. I mean, he spoke about the big Ripper moments and the big sixes. Mitch Marsh has delivered a few. But if Australia have to go, if the weather clears and all, if the weather stays clear, and Australia bat first or second, I think the rest of the batting lineup has to fire, and we need to see a few more sixes from the likes of Matt Short and Josh Inglis, who spoke to us earlier.
Well, let's do a little bit of reflection on the series so far, Bharat, because Australia, they came out at the MCG, they put in a fantastic performance, but the India, especially the Indian spinners over the last two matches, have really fired them back into this contest. We'll start with the Indian side. Who has impressed you, especially over the last 2 to 3 matches?
I think they've just kind of shown you why they've become the number one team in the world, Jack, and that why they've been so dominant in T20I cricket in the last 18, 20 months. You know, they won the World Cup last year in Barbados in that famous final against South Africa. But like we saw on the Gold Coast, the fact that they can come back from different situations and win contests in this format. And you could see Suryakumar Yadav use Bumrah and Arshdeep. They didn't strike in the first 4 overs. Then he turned to Akshar Patel, and he's kind of flown under the radar for this Indian team. He had performances of note in that World Cup I mentioned, and the 20-odd runs he scored at the death 2 nights ago, and then the 2 wickets Matt Short and Josh Inglis, who I thought was the big breakthrough. So he's played his role. Varun Chakravarti, I don't think the Australian batters have read him at all. He's the mystery spinner.
Well, I saw some comments from Matt Short during the week where they just had no idea how to pick him up.
Yeah, it's interesting when you hear batters say that mid-series, isn't it, Casper?
Yeah. Look, even what I remember when we played, when all of a sudden you're seeing someone different. coming in. And then it's not until you're getting a few innings against them that the batsman will pass on some tips, I suppose, or how they're going to counter it. The good one we had was Malinga. Lasith Malinga up in Darwin. All of a sudden, I remember the batsman talking about it, that they, instead of watching, even just a simple thing like where the ball normally comes from, you had to watch the umpire's tie. That's where the ball was coming from.
Yeah, and that can really mess with you.
Yeah,
can you?
absolutely.
And that, at least, you're talking about facing Malinga in Test cricket in this format, because you don't get too much time. By the time you get your head around Varun Chakravarti, he's gone through 2 or 3 overs, and more often than not taken a wicket as well. So, no, I think they've been really impressive. Abhishek Sharma obviously played the innings that he did at the MCG single-handedly, gave India a chance. But if you look at the series overall, Jack, Australia won at the MCG, but that was purely because of probably one of an all-time great spells of T20I cricket from Josh Hazlewood. And once that spell was done, his role in this series was done, and they just haven't looked the same ever since.
Well, looking forward to a T20 World Cup on the subcontinent next year. Australia, they've shown in this series that they are susceptible to good spin bowling.
They are, and they will be placing a lot of spin over there. I mean, the venues are, how it works in India. They've said that they're shortlisted, which means they've announced the venues. So it's good to see it's all the big venues: Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta. I think Bangalore is in the mix, and Ahmedabad obviously will host the final. And all those pitches at that time of the year as well. And Casper, you played a lot of cricket in India in February, March. The pitches are tired. They've seen a lot of cricket already, and spin will play a big role. The last time there was a T20 World Cup in India, 2016, a lot of the pitches, India themselves were spun out by New Zealand. So, on the basis of what we've seen so far from the Australian middle order, yes, you'll have Green back in there, head at the top. They have a lot of work to do on that.
They do, but at the same time, you're talking about there's no mystery to it anymore because of the IPL and the length of the IPL. All our players are over there playing and starring. So that isn't a concern for me, or I don't think the players. I think going over to India, it's not the mystery that it was many years ago, that's for sure. It's changed so much, and I think that's where they'll be comfortable. I think just a bit of momentum, we like confidence, obviously, in playing well in this series. Granted, here is in Australia, but you just individually they wanted to do that, walk away from tonight. Just squaring this series off.
Now, before we head to a break, let's get a quick word on the pitch. Thanks to Plantmark, the go-to plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. You've both been down to take a look at it. Looks like a great wicket for T20 cricket.
Fantastic. If anything, it's got a little bit of greenness to it. Normally, it's a bit whiter, shinier, if you like. But it actually looked really good. It's always hard. It's an absolute great surface. What we will see here is the ball bouncing and going through. And I think we didn't see that down the Gold Coast as much. It was a bit slower. And even the way the batsmen were playing, it wasn't coming on to the bat. Different story tonight, though. I think we'll find that certainly for the fast bowlers, you don't get carried away with it. But it just is pretty exciting when you do see the keeper taking the ball with his fingers pointing up, rather than catching it low with his fingers pointing down.
Yeah, and just on the surface as well, it looks almost like a test pitch. It feels like you are on day one of a test match, and that's the kind of green you see here, the Gabba. And I'm with Casper. I think the change of pace from very early on in that match on the Gold Coast, you could see that it was playing, almost wreaking havoc on the batter's rhythm. This will be different, and I think Australia will kind of fancy themselves more here than they did over there.
Plenty of runs in the making for tonight. This is SEN Cricket. Now, as we count down to the Ashes, which start on November 21, every ball live on SEN. We'll take a quick break and be back over the squad that Australia named on Wednesday this week.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you, with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Strong strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Hi, Mark Taylor here. We may not be able to control everything, but with Fujitsu's Anywhere ducted smart climate control, you can control the temperature in your home wherever you are. And right now, when you purchase a Fujitsu ducted system, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard valued up to $500. Keeping Australians comfortable for over 50 years, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 1 December 25. Claim by 15 January 26. Retain receipts. T&Cs and exclusions apply. See fujitsugeneral.com.au/promotions.
The NFL season is hotter than ever, and whoever you're backing, bet better with Unibet. How's this for a play? Take any 3-leg or more same-game multi, and if one leg fumbles, you get a bonus bet back. Now that's straight from the punter's playbook. Plus, tune in weekly for our Any Given Sunday, First Down Friday, and Hail Mary Monday tips. Powered by Unibet. Get in the end zone with Unibet.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Spring's in the air, and now's the time to jump out of the gate and prepare your commercial property for the hot summer ahead. Synergy Painting Group can give it a hot wash to clean away winter grime and assess what painting work is required to protect surfaces. Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let their team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Check out their comprehensive commercial solutions, including line marking, signage, roof coatings, and epoxy flooring. Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
This week, race to Chemist Warehouse for heart-racing savings. Feel refreshed with Sensodyne toothpaste 160-gram exclusive size, now $7.69 each. And Hydrolyte Electrolyte Effervescent Summer Splash Multi-Flavour 60 tablets, just $18.99. Grab Wagner Vitamin D3 1000 IU, 500 capsules, $19.99. And Zyrtec Rapid Acting 24-Hour Relief 100 mini tablets, exclusive size, just $38.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Hello and welcome back to the Gabba for the 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India. My name is Jack Fulham. Alongside me in the commentary box this evening, Michael Kasparovich, the man that dominated on the Gabba for over a decade at the top level. 2 decades. Wow.
19 summers then, about that. Yeah.
And the man with the best shirts in the business by a country mile, Bharat Sundaresan. Now,
he's very upset that you're not mentioning his shirt on air, Jack. He's wearing a pretty natty, colourful.
Now this is a fantastic Hawaiian shirt, very floral. The blue birds across it. Talk me through the shirt, because I know there is a special story behind this one.
The plan was tonight, because I'm coming in as a guest appearance, I thought we'll make this the most colourful SEN commentary box for the summer.
I feel like I've let the side down.
You have done, with checks don't do it really. Thanks, Jack. But anyway, no, so this shirt is actually my brother. He owns a company called Okanui. Oh. Now, Okanui, it's Australia's only remaining family-owned surf wear company. Oh. Okanui, fantastic gear. It's not just your your board shorts, everything. He's got shirts, like this, and even some more plain ones. But so anyway, that's what he does, and so I thought it's a great opportunity just to get that out. Certainly coming to summer in Queensland.
Well, it is a perfect summer shirt because, well, it's no surprise in Queensland. It is very muggy this evening, and it's going to get worse as the clouds start to build, and potentially we might see a little bit of storm action here at the Gabba in the next half an hour. But let's get into the big story of the week, and that was Australia's Ashes squad being named on Wednesday, a 15-man squad, and not too many surprises in it. At the top of the order, Jake Weatherall coming into the squad. All right, I know you are a massive fan of Jake Weatherall. He's South Australian connections, currently playing his trade in Tasmania. He's been knocking the door down for a couple of years now at Shield level. You must be excited to see him in the squad.
Oh, very much so. And you're right. I mean, he has been knocking the selectors' door down. He did knock it down already. I mean, leading into this Sheffield Shield season, his numbers in the last 14 months have been really good at a time where not always have we had enough specialist openers do that job, which is why often you've seen the selectors go in with makeshift options, or just look at the number of openers they've tried since David Warner's.
Was it 6 or 7 partners?
Nearly. I mean, you look at Steve Smith was the first one after David Warner retired, and then you had Travis Head open in the subcontinent, Nathan McSweeney, Sam Constas, Marnus Labuschagne himself. So now they've gone with a specialist opener, and I think there's a lot to like about Jake and his journey. From originally from the Northern Territory, but applied his trade quite a bit in South Australia. He still lives in Adelaide. His wife does an amazing job there, running a very successful business. He's found his true calling though in Tasmania only after he's overcome a lot of his demons, and it's so wonderful to see a young man like him talk so openly about everything he's gone through, and he's come out the other side. But most importantly, the form that he's been in, the rate at which he's scoring, and I'm glad the Australian selectors have said the time is now for him.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I look at times when you sort of look at it, it comes across as a bit of overthinking. You can sort of imagine too many ways to work and all that. But what I really love about this, and I hope they stick to it, is actually playing him opening the innings. Now, why I like that is that it's sending a great message to everyone domestic cricket. And the reason being that Jake was the leading run scorer last year. 906 runs, average over 50. And just showing people that if you actually dominate and you're the leading run scorers, we're going to look at you. You're a chance. Instead of just on a potential and a gut feel that will just, this might fit. I know there's the conversation around the all-rounder, around, the amount of balls and overs and the rest of what we can actually get out of Cameron Green and then Bo Webster and come in there. And I just think that sort of, I don't know, maybe it sounds a bit old school, but back in the day, 90 overs in a day, right? That's it. 90 overs in a day. As a bowler, you were disappointed if you weren't bowling 20 overs, at least, because you're talking 3 spells of 7. And you felt like with 3 quicks, a pretty decent spinner, and Shane Warne, of course, and you just had to find 10 overs, maybe. The fact of the matter is if you actually need to bowl more than 80 overs, then you're not expecting that.
And I think a lot has been said about Cam Green and how much he's going to bowl in this Shield game. And George Bailey, the chief selector, said 15 to 20 overs minimum. I think the playing 11 is decided, Jack. I think Jake Weatherall will open, Cam Green will bat 6, because the way the pitch played in Perth during the ODI, and just hearing what the curator there has been saying in the last couple of days, he expected to play very similar to last year, where 17 wickets fell on day 1, if you remember, and then the pitch flattened out to an extent, and then Kohli and Jaiswal made big runs, and it became a different test match. So I don't think they're worried about the 5th bowler so much, and same with the pink ball test over here as well. So I think they know the playing or the top 6, and that will be the top 6.
If that is the case, the man that makes way is Bo Webster, who, since he came into the Test squad, has not really put a foot wrong. He's the epitome of a handy cricketer. He picks up a couple of wickets. He makes a tough 30 or 40. Unlucky for Bo Webster, if that's the case. Unlucky,
yes, but, there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? You can say, yes, he's done nothing wrong so far, and which is 100% right. I mean, even in that World Test Championship final, he was the one who top scored, made 72 in that first innings, and batting was not easy. But they've been pretty clear that they don't look at him as a specialist batter at 6, so it is his bowling that comes in handy. And in a direct shootout between Bo Webster and Cam Green has made 2 Test hundreds, but he is the one who's looked at as the future of Australia's batting, not just as an all-rounder. And I think in that kind of shootout, it will be Cam Green who will win. Is Bo Webster unlucky to miss out? Definitely he is. But he has also, he's made useful contributions. You can always argue, is 100, is that the big difference maker? At times it is. If he had managed to make one of those 50s and turn it into 100, maybe we're having a different discussion, but he didn't. So I think that's where we stand.
And I think even for Bo Webster, you go into, your pigeonholed, category. He's an all-rounder. So, but the fact of the matter, in the year before, 23-24, he was the leading run scorer in Shield cricket as well. 938 runs. So he's every bit a batsman also. So we're just so fortunate to have a Cameron Green coming through the same time as Bo Webster and even Mitch Marsh, even though he's been around for a while.
Now, Burrow, you mentioned the age of the squad and Cam Green being the emerging talent at 26 years of age. The only player in this squad under the age of 30. Is that a concern for the Australians?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're such a seasoned team as well. You can look at it and look, we're having a different discussion if they're 2-0 down. Imagine if, say, we're sitting right here at the Gabba and for some reason, somehow Bazball has worked and England have taken a 2-0 lead, or even if it's 1-1, then you're looking at it, the batting lineup and say if Usman Khawaja hasn't got off to the kind of start he wants, then you're looking at ages, and at this point it's such a seasoned, conditioned team. And I think, yes, you can look at the squad and if you don't follow domestic cricket too closely, worry that, wait, hang on, is there no depth in Australian cricket? But there is. I mean, there's a lot of young players coming through. Marley Beardman, who hopefully we get to see tonight, maybe not, but the fast bowling ranks are looking better. Yes, 2 big names are injured in Jai Richardson and Lance Morris, but every Shield round you see there's a youngster impressing, whether it's with bat, ball, whether it's a fast bowler or the likes of Corey Rocchichelli who are doing so well with this, in terms of spin. So I think the depth is safe. I wouldn't read too much into the age till the time they're performing at the peak of their abilities.
Yeah, I don't think the pensions cards are coming out just yet in that dressing room. But like you said about even pace bowlers coming through. Brendan Doggett, 6 for. We get some, and now he's in the squad, the Test squad. Outstanding talent. And also as a former Queenslander, but now a South Australian. Correct. So I know that you're liking that one, Butter. Just the talent we see in our domestic cricket. There's so much and all that. And I think the tricky part is that the whole season's different now because we've got Big Bash right in the middle, and so there's no Shield cricket. So they've played, I think it's going to be 4 Shield games and then finish off the season after virtually the Ashes. So it's no stage to keep scoring runs and time it. So if Usman Khawaja isn't scoring any runs or his feet aren't moving, then who are you going to replace him with? I suppose the stage isn't there.
It is a tough one. Now let's head to a quick break. This is SEN T20 cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. We'll be back in a moment's time to take the toss and run through the teams for tonight's final T20 between Australia and India.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
Baby care is sorted. Just visit Chemist Warehouse this week for huge savings on Curash Baby Wipes Fragrance 6x80 value pack, just $13.69. And Gaia Natural Baby 500ml range, $14.29 each. Pick up a Lula Advanced Plus Stage 3 toddler milk drink 1 year plus 800 gram for just $26.99. Or try Elevate Preconception and Pregnancy 100 tablets, just $62.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Sport Sport and racing never stands still, and neither does Bet Deluxe. We bring the action to life with new daily promos, new smart features, and a premium betting experience. This Saturday on selected races, get bonus back up to $50 if your horse runs second to last. Yep, second to last. Hard not to love that. Deluxe your spring with Bet Deluxe. T's and C's apply.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Spring racing is here, and Alex Scott and staff are leading from the front. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Buying, selling, or just after some solid advice, back the team at Alex Scott and staff today. From the paddock to the property market, they've got generations of service behind them. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred since 1886. Visit alexscott.com.au.
The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter.
I don't want a happy birthday card from any politician. I'm sorry. And I don't want to be a killjoy. I don't want the MP in my seat to be sending me letters. And there's a couple of questions I've got, Hutchie. How would that person know it's my birthday apart from accessing the data?
Only you as a killjoy could be offended at someone sending you a happy birthday gesture. Birthdays are everything. We don't have too many of them. We don't know how many we're going to have.
Yeah.
How could you possibly be so cynical to be offended by someone sending you a birthday card?
I can't remember what I voted and who I voted for in the last state election. And who's paying for this? I reckon there's 786 things I'd rather an MP do for me right now, Hutchie, than send me a letter to say happy birthday.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito, only at Bunnings Warehouse.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket. Team news for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Welcome back to the Gabba for the 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India. My name's Jack Fulham, alongside me Michael Kasparovich, Bharat Sundaresan. As the ever-gloomy skies get a little bit darker, the floodlights in full effect here at the Gabba. We're just moments away from the toss and from finding out who has been named in the respective sides for both Australia and India. As we see both teams going through their warm-ups, Jasprit Bumrah. Now, big night for Jasprit Bumrah. Set to become, with one wicket, the 5th man in cricket history to take 100-plus wickets in all 3 formats of cricket.
The first Indian.
The first Indian too.
Well. Yeah, absolutely. So that's really exciting. And I think that's the thing, as a young fast bowlers or anyone out there to actually see the best players in the world, and certainly Jasprit Bumrah. He is outstanding. I think I just love what he does. His accuracy, his skill is exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the greatness of Bumrah last year in the Border Gavaskar Trophy with the red and pink ball. But it's really with the white ball that he first made a name for himself, as we see him warming up and delivering one of those searing in-swinging Yorkers, which has just missed everyone in the Indian support staff. And you know, I said it in the last game that at times it feels like the zinger bails are there just so that he can light them up. And he did that towards the end. He's done that a few times in this series. And with him in the team, you, as the opposition, as we saw with Australia, what often happens is, if you look at his best figures are 3 for 7. So he's never taken a 4 for or a 5 for in this format. But the fear of Bumrah often leads you to take chances against the others, and the others benefit from it. And there's a lot of wickets that Bumrah feeds to his colleagues at the other end.
You mentioned his Test series last year. At times in that, it felt inevitable he was going to get a batsman out. It just, watching him face that Australian lineup, it was a matter of when, not if, he was going to get blokes out, because he was incredible. It's probably the best visiting performance by a fast bowler on our shores ever, I reckon.
Yeah.
A few Kiwis at home might think that Sir Richard Hadley might have actually done something as well. But look, I just think because he's unique, that's what I love watching as well. And it takes a while, because he's unique, it takes a while for the batsman to adapt to actually, because the ball's coming out from some different areas and the way it comes through. But geez, I'm loving being at the Gabba. I know a different perspective obviously up here, but how good the colour of the ground. It's just, I was even speaking with Kuhnemann before at the start of play. Now he's actually moving down to Tassie. So he just sort of was he just loved the Gabba. He said, how good is this place? Just loving the fact that it's all happening.
We're just waiting for the toss. Respective captains are out in the middle. And it looks like Mitch Marsh has won the toss and will be batting first, I believe. We're waiting for some audio to come through for us when we get that in a moment's time.
Going into the World Cup, you can prepare as if it's a final.
Yeah, not quite, but it's certainly a chance to draw the series. Lots to play for. I think both teams have played some great cricket this series, and ourselves, it's another chance for us tonight.
If you reflect on the last game, you had your moments. 67 for 1. You were cruising at that stage.
Yeah, it was a bit of a indifferent surface. We had to go about our chase in a different way. I thought India bowled terrifically, so that proved a challenge for us. Different conditions tonight, so really looking for our boys to get back to our style that we've been playing.
And true bounce on this surface. Any changes in your side?
No changes, thankfully. That's a rattle off 4 changes tonight, Ravi.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Surya, your luck with the toss that doesn't improve, but you're up in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, until or unless you're winning the game and you're losing the toss, it's completely fine. But yeah, very, very good atmosphere. Team is looking good. I think we just want to go out, express, enjoy ourselves.
Terrific performance in the last game, because it wasn't that big a score, 67 for 1. I mean, you marshaled your resources extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to understand what a team's goal is. I think all the batters realized it was not a 200, 220 wicket. It was a 170, 175 wicket, and they batted it accordingly. And all the bowlers coming in, chipping in really well. Every time coming in and picking up wicket, and also the fielding. There was good buzz around. The energy was positive when we were fielding. So all boxes ticked in the last game. We just want to continue what we were doing in the last game.
A series win, going into the World Cup. Every series you play, if you win, it augurs well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to win bilaterals, but at the same time, what team combinations you want going forward, what you want to see, what player is fitting at what positions, that is more important. And I think everyone is doing that really well, understanding their responsibilities, and that's what I want, and it's going really well.
You said understanding positions. You satisfied with what you've seen here?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely fine. Other than openers, I think this is one format where everyone has to be really flexible with their batting positions, and boys are understanding that. It's about coming in, playing those 10, 15 balls, making a difference in a game. For me, that's what T20 cricket is all about. Yeah, it's a team sport. At the end of the day, you bat together, put runs on the board, and then defend.
And your team for today?
We have one change. Tilak Verma is resting. Rinku Singh comes in.
Have a good one, Surya.
Cheers.
So that's the news from the centre. It's Australia who won the toss again, and they've decided to bowl first.
Ravi Shastri down at ground level with the respective captains, Mitch Marsh for Australia and Suryakumar Yadav for India. Australia winning the toss and will bat first. The one change for the Indians tonight, Bharat.
It's a different world, isn't it, Casper? When you were left out back in the day, you were dropped. Tilak Verma has barely scored a run, and clearly he's been dropped from the team to bring Rinku Singh in. But the captain says he's been rested in a T20 international series. For number 5 batter to be rested in the final game only means one thing: that he hasn't been scoring enough runs.
Some more runs. Exactly.
Now, but Rinku Singh has been a superstar in the IPL the last few years. Finisher, little guy, but hits a long ball. There was that dramatic game 3 or 4 years ago where he smashed 5 sixes in the last over to pull off the most remarkable run chase. So he's a pocket-sized dynamite in a way. He's brilliant in the field as well. So watch out.
I think the other thing is it's opportunity. And as we said around World Cups coming up in February, just a chance to sort of, give them experience, obviously at the international level, the stage, all that sort of stuff, and see what he can do. And as you said, he's a star. He's shown that through IPL. Certainly they were looking for that same stuff tonight, I'm sure.
Then we talked about the T20 World Cup set to be played in spin-friendly conditions. The Indians going with the 3 spinners again tonight, who have done a great job in the series so far, Bharat.
Oh, they have been tremendous. And, in India, they also, or in the subcontinent, ideally they like to play Kuldeep Yadav in that mix as well. So he played the first game, or the first full game at the MCG, and then they sent him back to prep for that test series against South Africa. So he'll be in the mix as well. But we spoke about Varun Chakravarti. Akshar Patel has just been such a consistent performer for India in all formats, but especially in this format in the last 7-8 years. And Washington Sundar is really coming into his own with the bat. And he hadn't bowled much before he was thrown the ball in the 17th over 2 nights ago. And then he finishes with figures of 3 for 2. So the big wicket of Marcus Stoinis is included.
Yeah. So the Indians will be batting first. Talk us through Abhishek Sharma, because he has launched onto the international scene, especially at T20 level. We've seen what he's done in the IPL over the last few years. He is the definition of an all-out attack batsman.
Hits every ball for a boundary, or tries to anyway. It's funny, the other day I was having lunch with, and I'm not name-dropping here since I'm in Queensland, but with Shane Watson on the Gold Coast. Casper was away playing golf. That was a good time we had on the Gold Coast.
Fantastic.
Casper was great fun.
Thanks to experienced Gold Coast, of course.
Experienced Gold Coast took really good care of us. And not too far from where we were sat were Moni Morkel, Shubman Gill, and Abhishek Sharma. Shubman Gill and Abhishek Sharma have been best friends, inseparable since they were 12, 13 years old. And I remember interviewing both of them before the Under-19 World Cup in 2018 in Mumbai, and I reminded Abhishek of that. I said, that's the last time we met. He's like, yeah, that clip still goes viral, because it was about their friendship and how they've grown up. And I honestly thought he would become a superstar before Shubman Gill. He just had that star quality to him. Better late than never. He's just burst onto the scene in T20I cricket, opening the batting for Sunrisers Hyderabad alongside Travis Head. That was the big turning point for him. And now, number 1 batter in the world, and I don't think anybody hits the ball sweeter than he does. And the best part about him, and I'm sure you as a traditionalist would enjoy it, Casper, nothing funky about the way he bats. He operates in the straight fields, hits a long ball, no reverse ramps or reverse sweeps, and he's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, just cricket shots. I wouldn't say exactly from the textbook as such, but I think that's where that positivity, the way he plays, and we see that not only just at this stage, the whole play, every player coming through, you just love watching it, and not, like you said, the ramp shots and all those sort of funky ways you go, but just hitting it straight. You find your zones that, and certain shots, if the ball hits, you're actually going to send it. We've seen plenty of that, and I think we're looking forward to that tonight. I'm really interested with the 3 spinners though here at the Gabba. The ball does bounce a little bit more, so I guess it's not going to be an issue. But I'm just thinking with the 70-metre boundaries, whether it's going to be big enough.
He's saying that. Spin here at the Gabba. I've watched a lot of BBL cricket, especially with the Brisbane Heat. And both Matthew Kuhnemann and Mitch Swepson, the 2 spinners for the Brisbane Heat, have had a lot of success at the Gabba. So if you can bowl spin well, it still can be spin friendly here.
Oh, it always does, absolutely. But I think what it does, there's that little bit of bounce. And quite often for a batter in this form of the game, you're looking to hit the ball a little bit too hard. So you figure that you're going to go and try and overhit the ball, and so you do get caught up there. So it's going to be interesting to see how this great Australian batting lineup, plenty of talent there, how they're going to approach that with the slower bowlers.
Yeah, and I think a big role for Glenn Maxwell, who I see is being interviewed on TV, out there in the middle. Big night for him. He was coming back from injury last 2 nights ago. And I thought Marcus Stoinis didn't help his cause. Marcus Stoinis got stuck in the crease against the likes of Aksar and Chakravarti. The pressure fell to Maxwell, and then he attempted the last ball of Chakravarti's spell as well, charged at him, got out. So it'll come down to it is a big game for Australia. They don't want to lose a series. I know it's a different format. The focus is on the Ashes, but they don't want to lose a series this close to a World Cup.
And a big night for the man that you spoke to pre-match down on the boundary, Josh Inglis. Just the 33 runs across 3 knocks in the series. He struggled for impact, and obviously, with spots in the Ashes, wanting to cement himself as the number 2 wicket keeper in the country. A big night tonight would go a long way.
Oh, very much so. And he'll just want runs. I mean, he spoke about how from here he'll go and play the next Shield round for WA, where the focus will be on him and Inglis. But he'll want to score, and to do it in what is sort of a decider will go a long way in getting him that confidence.
We'll take you through all the teams on the other side of the break. This is SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Want fresh savings? Then visit your local Chemist Warehouse now and find Red Seal toothpaste whitening fluoride 100 gram just $4.19. And look for Refresh contact eye drops only $8.99. Get that fresh, clean feeling with TheraBreath Deep Clean Oral Rinse 473ml $12.59. And grab AZEP Hay Fever Relief Nasal Spray 20ml only $21.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life, or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
Spring racing is here, and Alex Scott and Staff are leading from the front. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Buying, selling, or just after some solid advice, back the team at Alex Scott and Staff today. From the paddock to the property market, they've got generations of service behind them. Alex Scott and Staff, Gippsland born and bred since 1886. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Toolkit Depot are slashing prices in our massive tool markdown. Get massive savings on top tool brands like Milwaukee, Makita, Kinchrome, Ego, Barco, Sigweld and more. Plus, if you think you've seen a cheaper tool price, we'll beat it. Hurry in soon at Toolkit Depot. T's and C's apply.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips, and plenty of recommendations of what they're reading, watching, and whipping up in the kitchen.
There needs to be more change on the commission. And one word about all those presidents who did a lot of politicking, did a lot of murmuring, and there was a lot of, threats of mutiny. They all went to water at the end. Not all of them, but most of them went to water. And when they all got together on Brownlow Day last month to actually meet, not one of them made a peep. And Andrew Pridham, who was so angry about the way he'd been treated and marginalised, didn't even turn up. So how on earth are you going to make change if you spit the dummy and don't turn up?
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy provider 3 times. Maybe it's time you switch to Red.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Welcome back to the Gabba for the 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India. We're just moments away from the first ball of the match. My name's Jack Fuller, Michael Kasparovich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside me. Australia won the toss. They have opted to field first. And we'll go through the lineups for both teams, starting with the Indian side. Bharat, take it away.
Yeah, the one change is Rinku Singh has come in for Tilak Varma. So you'll have the opener, Shubman Gill, vice captain, alongside his best friend I just mentioned, Abhishek Sharma, who's again, such a star. Suryakumar, and the batting order, this is just the batting order that's been listed. We've seen from India, they've just mucked around with their batting lineup. Made a lot of changes. Different batters have batted in different positions. But Suryakumar Yadav is listed to come in at 3 as captain. Then you have Rinku Singh, who generally bats at 6 or 7 for his IPL teams. He's in there. Akshar Patel, the all-rounder. Shivam Dubey, who batted at 3 and took 2 crucial wickets with his medium pace. Jitesh Sharma keeps his place as the wicketkeeper. Washington Sundar, the bat and ball, has been really good in this series. Then you get the bowlers Arshdeep Singh, Varun Chakravarti, and the great Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, so the Australian side, and of course that loss, 119 they got. They scored at the Gold Coast, their second lowest T20 international score. Unchanged. Mitchell Marsh, the captain, is opening with Matthew Short again. They were actually really good, I think, in the setting up that innings there, but it fell away a little bit there. But anyway, Josh Inglis, of course, the keeper. Tim David, Josh Philippe, Marcus Stoinis and Glenn Maxwell at 7. So you could say they do back quite deep here. Ben Dwarshuis, Xavier Bartlett, the Queenslander, has come back here. And I'm sure he's going to look forward to playing here. And with this little bit of extra bounce and swing with his outswingers, it'll be interesting. Nathan Ellis is going to be good to watch as well. And Adam Zampa winds up the 11. Matty Kuhnemann is the 12th man.
You look at that Australian batting lineup from Marsh, Short, Inglis, David, Philippi, Stoinis, right down to Glenn Maxwell. Has a top 7 in international cricket ever had so much boundary clearing ability?
Yeah, well, I think with the other thing too, power. Well, potential. That's so you look at that and go, wow, like if you get 1 or 2 of these guys come off, anything's possible here. And I like it. I know this, at the moment with a few players preparing, of course. It's a great opportunity for these players to come in and show us what they can do.
And you just put Cameron Green in there. It's also probably the tallest batting lineup out there.
There's some big men.
They are some giants. It's almost like an AFL team. A lot of tall forwards in there, if I may say so, bringing some cross-pollination of the footy and cricket worlds, like I started doing. I think Mitch Marsh has been just hitting the ball so well, but I'm with Casper. A lot of potential, but not a lot of them have fired. There will be, I spoke about Glenn Maxwell earlier, but Marcus Stoinis, the 2 really seasoned, experienced veterans in the middle order. They will have to fire, especially now that it will be in a run chase.
We have a look at the Australian bowling lineup as well. Xavier Bartlett, a few thought he was unlucky to miss out on a call-up to the Ashes squad. He's been in good form, bowled well on the Gold Coast the other night. How do you see Xavier Bartlett? Because still youth on his side, has been impressive for Queensland in the Australian white ball setup for a couple of years now.
Yeah, he's outstanding. He is really outstanding. And look, there's a future in fast bouncy outswingers, and he does it so well. So I know he's going to love. He does love bowling here, of course, for the heat and Queensland in the longer form of the game. I'm really looking forward to it because it does naturally swing. We've got the humidity here. The ball should, just bounce, but also too that little bit of shape early on. So that's the part, not just as a former fast bowler, looking forward to the batsman, and we might even see forward or an outside edge, not only through a keeper, but maybe to the second slip. How about that?
Now,
and just like while we're talking about that, I just see Marley Beardman just going. You haven't seen a lot of him, Casper. Got a good strong action. You can see him just bowling on the side pitches. James Franklin, one of the assistant coaches, Andre Borovic, another one of the assistant coaches, just with him. He just finished his spell. There's a lot to like about him, and I was quite excited about getting I was hoping that we'll get to see him in one of these games, but if Australia had won 2 nights ago, maybe, but now that they're behind in the series, they've stuck with the 3 seasoned fast bowlers.
Yeah, I think, and you sort of have to do that. I think that's what they've done, and knowing that last game, obviously not scoring enough runs, meant, that put them in the position of that loss. But I think I like the bowling, the lineup they got here. Obviously with Nathan Ellis, we've seen his variations in what he does. Ben Dwarshuis, he's a star as well, being left arm. And not a like for like necessarily for Mitchell Starc, but he does offer heaps. I do love it. I've loved watching him go up and certainly into the role he's played.
Players just about to hit the field here at the Gabba. Let's take a quick break and be back with all the first ball action. Live from the Gabba, SEN T20 Cricket. For Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite app.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability. And Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
With the warmer weather on the way, now's the perfect time to prepare your commercial property for the hot summer ahead. Synergy Painting Group can give it a hot wash to clean away winter grime and assess what painting work is required to protect surfaces. Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let their team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Check out their comprehensive commercial solutions, including line marking, signage, roof coatings, and epoxy flooring. Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability.
Spring racing is here, and Alex Scott and Staff are leading from the front. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Buying, selling, or just after some solid advice, back the team at Alex Scott and Staff today. From the paddock to the property market, they've got generations of service behind them. Alex Scott and Staff, Gippsland born and bred since 1886. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Win $1,000 every week over spring with Tipper, Australia's real-time marketplace for tipsters and punters. Simply add your tips to the app to be in the running, and the tipster with the highest return on investment wins the cash prize. There are 14 weekly prizes to be awarded. Win some cash and grow your following. On now ends November 30. Head to tipper.bet for all the details. T's and C's apply. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
OMF's Black Friday sale is on now. Get amazing deals for a limited time only, like our Renew Support mattress under $700, or our motion-based compatible Mornington mattress under $1,300, or our Aussie-made Mandalay Bay mattress under $2,200, and get free local delivery on mattresses over $1,000. Hurry, these deals won't last long. End soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Heading to the races this spring carnival? Keep the good times racing and head to Crown Melbourne. Looking for post-race indulgence? There's champagne and caviar at Crown Melbourne's iconic venues, including Bistro Guillaume, Koku, Nobu, Marmont, TWR and Silks. Or there's $18 Tommy's Margaritas daily until November 30 at participating bars. $18, always on, always refreshing. This spring, the carnival continues at Crown.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
No one wins more premierships against electricity bills than Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Crowell's are helping everyday Aussies kick savings goals by smashing rising energy costs with a brand new solar power system. Crowell's Electrical and Solar specialise in no-hassle installations, marking down your energy bills with first-class service and ongoing expert system maintenance. To power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills, Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and Staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and Staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Welcome back to the Gabba for the 5th and final T20 International between Australia and India. Both sides about to enter the field. The Australians winning the toss and electing to bowl first. India with their much vaunted opening lineup of Abhishek Sharma, the real dasher, and Shubman Gill, their steady vice-captain, to open the batting for the Indian side. Bharat Sundaresan and Michael Kasparovich alongside me in the commentary box. My name is Jack Fulham, and the rain has held off up until the start time, so it looks like we're going to get at least a few overs in, and hopefully, you know, we might see a breaking in the weather pattern and we can get plenty of cricket in tonight.
I mean, it depends on how much the weather gods here in Queensland want this game to happen, how keen they are on their cricket tonight. As Michael Kasparovich shows me his phone, which says it's 45% rain, 35% rain. More importantly, there's an alert for a thunderstorm, so that's not a good sign at all.
But they send one of those out every day in Queensland.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
It's part of life up here, mate.
Yeah. No, crocodiles, bare-chested men.
Drop bears. Have you heard about the drop bears
yet? Yeah, and bigger spiders the size of Matthew Hayden and Michael Kasparovich. Yeah, that's Queensland for you in a nutshell. And as the umpires walk out, Jack, I'm always intrigued by Abhishek Sharma's, just his preparation before he walks out to bat. He does things that I've never seen a batter do. He just sits there on his knees and he starts kind of just bouncing the ball off the side of his bat, and then he'll pull out a ball, he'll hold it and kind of just get his eyes in order for the lights. So it's quite unique in its own way. As the pyro is going off, yeah, it feels like to all the wrestling fans, Stumps and Bumps fans out there, it feels like Bill Goldberg's walking out to the ring.
And it is an exceptionally pro-Indian crowd here tonight. We've seen that was the case across the country for this white ball series, both the one-dayers and the T20 internationals. Australia, they are out there. The Indian top-order batsmen, Shubman Gill and Abhishek Sharma, have entered the field. Our first ball is just a moment away. Michael Kasparovich, our expert for Ozito brushless power tools, do you? How do you see this one going tonight, Casper?
Oh, really looking forward to it. I know it was disappointing, the loss down the Gold Coast the other day, but I think just here, different conditions. The Gabba, what a venue. It's got good bounce, pace, carry for the fast bowlers, but the ball comes on for the bat. We've seen the best batsmen in the world here tonight, so this is going to be so exciting.
Bharat Sundaresan, your final thoughts?
No, I mean, it's India will start as favourites. Australia missing a couple of key players, but they do have a lot of experience in the middle order, and it'll come down to those guys, you would think. But I mean, Abhishek Sharma is the kind of player who can take teams down and take the game away very early on, so they'll need to to get him out and, more importantly, take your catches. They dropped him on 0 in the first over on the Gold Coast. They can't afford that here.
Ben Dorshus to take the opening over for the Australian side. He's become a valuable member of this T20 international lineup for Australia, playing his trade with the Sydney Sixers in the BBL. And one of the best mustaches in the game too, Ben Dorshus.
Strong moustache game. I think there are a few going around. Josh Inglis has one.
We have Movember.
It is Movember, yeah.
Yes,
it is.
But I think the idea is to grow it through the month. He's starting with a pretty good one, as you say.
Well, Maxwell, meanwhile, just getting himself a white napkin.
So in first 6 overs, international cricket, only 2 players allowed outside the fielding restriction circle. And Dorshus is going to start with a third man and a fine leg. As we get the countdown underway. Well, the rain has held off. Let's get this T20 International underway. Dorshus to deliver to Abhishek, and he's having a go. First ball misses through to Philippi. And a dot ball to start with.
That's his trademark from Abhishek Sharma. He's always charging at the bowlers. It's not Josh Hazelwood he's facing, so it's slightly easier to at least back yourself to just charge down the pitch. Not that he wasn't trying it. Not trying it against Hazelwood, but yeah, just putting the pressure right on the bowler straight away.
So in comes Dorshus again, delivers to Abhishek. Length ball, Abhishek slicing away through the offside. Coming in from third man was Bartlett, couldn't get there in time. Ball bounced in front of him. They opt to just take the single, and India on the board.
Geez, that was a great effort there from Xavier Bartlett. He's actually quite square, that third man position. But the way that it came off the bat, he was a chance of catching that. He came in beautifully. I think they only got the 1 run off it too.
Charged straight away. He did hit it well, Abhishek.
I mean, it was a similar kind of shot that he almost fell to, where he was in less control and Xavier Bartlett dropped the catch and he was on 0 previously. So quite a similar shot. But this time it just didn't hit it as hard as he did last time.
Shubman Gill, the right-hander on strike. Dorshus to Gill, length ball, just dab forward down the ground and they scurry through for a single. Mitch Marsh to do the fielding, so India none for 2.
Yeah, Shubman Gill eventually ended up playing what became a match-winning knock. But while he was doing it, he started off, he was off to a flyer. And then Australia pulled things back, 46 of 39. On paper, didn't look like a score that should have been a match-winning one, but the spinners really helped him out.
Fourth ball, the over. Dorshus to Abhishek. Abhishek charging, goes long down the ground. This one bounces, couple bounces inside the rope for 4. So Abhishek gets his night underway. We know how he plays. He is go, go, go. First boundary of the evening for India, none for 6.
So charging down the wicket there. We've seen Dorshus hitting a good length, but that just changes straight away. He's advanced there and just then managed to pick it up. Look, I think the other thing about here at the Gabba, we're going to see a sniff, meaning one maybe up around his ear hole there. Just think twice about coming down the wicket at him.
Dorshus delivers to Abhishek. Abhishek goes high. This one, Maxwell tracking back from mid-on. Going to take it, dropped it! Glenn Maxwell has dropped a dolly at mid-off. Abhishek gets a lifeline early in this game and they scurry through for a single. And the Indian fans down below us are letting him know. How many times have we seen Glenn Maxwell drop a catch like that, Bharat?
Oh my God, he got into the perfect position, Glenn Maxwell. He was backtracking and you could see he knew he was in the perfect position. He stopped. It was all in slow motion. And it went straight into his hands and straight out.
Last ball, the over. Dorshus. Beautiful shot by Gill. Whipped away off his pads for 4. Great start. Great first over for the Indians. They're none for 11.
Spring's in the air, and now's the time to jump out of the gate and prepare your commercial property for the hot summer ahead. Synergy Painting Group can give it a hot wash to clean away winter grime and assess what painting work is required to protect surfaces. Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let their team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Check out their comprehensive commercial solutions, including line marking, signage, roof coatings and epoxy flooring. Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability.
SEN T20 cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide. Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Here at the Gabba, where Glenn Maxwell has just dropped a sitter, and India are off to a flyer. None for 11 after that first over from Ben Dwashis. It will be Xavier Bartlett, like we saw on the Gold Coast, running in from the far end. And it's Abhishek Sharma on strike as Bartlett bowls and Sharma charges and hits him over the covers. That should trickle down to the boundary, but there is a fielder who's just come around. Nathan Ellis, the man, from a deepish point. Didn't get all of it, Abhishek Sharma, but he gets 2 runs, none for 13.
Yeah, he's come around from like I call it backward point really rather than third man. But geez, I love his style here, but he's given himself room. As I mentioned earlier, maybe from a fast bowler's point of view, you just got to not be so predictable in hitting that length. And I'm just see how long it takes for Xavier Bartlett to test out the middle of the wicket.
And here he comes, second ball of the over from Bartlett, and he bowls in Abhishek Sharma. Just depends on the back foot towards mid-on. Gets himself a single. Bartlett wants, new shoes, new wheels. So India now none for 14. Abhishek so used to seeing from him. He's flying at 9 of 6 balls. Well, he immediately pointed for the change of shoes, Casper.
There we go. Quick change of wheels, I suppose, for Xavier Bartlett there. Look, the other thing too, when you're coming out as a bowler and knowing with Bartlett looking to get a little bit of shape away, there's just a little bit of adjustment at the start. You need to actually just your length, obviously, still looking to hit the top of off. But when you're playing him in here at the Gabba, that length is going to bounce a little bit more. So you've just got to be that tiny bit fuller. And that just adjustment period of time. But when you've got a batsman charging you right from the outset, that can throw you off.
Yeah, just a change in field here. Shubman Gill on strike. He'll have the slip. Adam Zampa down at third. And Washes has been put into a point position. Here comes Bartlett. Runs in, bowls, and Shubman Gill just guides him towards backward point, where he finds Marcus Stoinis, no run. So, it's boundaries that we've already seen, a couple for India in that first over. All boundaries tonight for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise.
Nice bit of shape in that length. Xavier Bartlett straight into it there. I think knowing with the right-hander in Gill that he's just getting into his work. Makes it a bit easier when he stays in his crease.
Bartlett once again charges in. Shubman Gill full punch down the ground, but Maxwell does feel. And you can see Glenn Maxwell can still feel. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, when you are Glenn Maxwell? You've pulled off some incredible feats on the field, and to drop a catch of that nature, Casper.
Well, I think that's the whole thing. There's no such thing as an easy catch. It's still a matter of getting it. Maybe he just took it a little bit too easy. I think maybe that was what it was. But he did everything right, didn't he? He turned around, he balanced, he got there. But we've seen him do incredible things in the field previously. It's just a shame that didn't stick.
Fifth ball of the over. Bartlett charges in. Gugale comes out of the crate and he's just smashed it past mid-off for 4. So he doesn't do it like Abhishek Sharma, Gill. He didn't go early. So Bartlett couldn't really telegraph what Gill was doing. But once he got to the pitch of it, got the middle of his bat and that just flown away to the boundary for 4. So he moves on to 9 as well. India none for 19 on the Henley home scoreboard.
So he did actually advance down the wicket, gave himself a little bit of leg, move to the leg side to give a little bit extra space there, and just causes that pace that he was able to generate, and geez, it came off quick.
Last ball of the over, Bartlett bowls this time cut hard but straight to third, where Dwashis does the fielding. Gill picks himself up a single at the end of the second over on the Henley home scoreboard. India none for 19.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
SEN T20 cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. The Indians have made a flying start. They're none for 19 after 2 overs. Ben Dorshas to continue his spell from the Vulture Street end of the Gabba. So Dorshas comes into Abhishek. Full ball driven through the covers. Lovely shot, Abhishek. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Classic cricket shot. Shubman Gill, in fact.
Yeah, that's just up there with one of the best drives you'll see in world cricket, Shubman Gill. This is just Shubman Gill, the all-format batter.
Yeah, look, it was so impressive, even the Gold Coast, and his game awareness with the wicket being a little bit slower. The top scored up there with his 46, but geez, he's batting well tonight.
Second ball of the over, Dorshas delivers to Gill, who just punches it towards point, no run.
Yeah, I think when I say game awareness, knowing that it's just not quite coming on, and I use the word adapt and adjust again, but he did that so well there. But tonight he's come out and not looked to do anything crazy. You don't need to, but just that. Occasionally he'll just stand in his crease. That first ball cover drive was outstanding.
So Dorshas to deliver to Gill, and Gill strikes it hard through mid-on for 4. It's allowed the ball to come onto the bat, hit it hard. And this is a good start for the Indians. They're none for 27 after 2.3 overs on the Henley home scoreboard.
Yeah, there are over 27,000 people here at the Gabba. I think it's nearly 28,000. 26,000 of them are Indian fans, and they're loving this start. That wasn't the most elegant of Shubman Gill's shots. Clubbed it over mid-wicket, but he'll take it. India flying here.
So Dorshas is going to come left arm around the wicket to Gill. Back of a length. Gill goes through point for 4. Back-to-back boundaries, Shubman Gill. He's putting on a clinic early.
Well, all these boundaries are piling up for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And the pressure is really on Ben Dorshas. And what we haven't seen is what Casper's been talking about. Not a single shot delivery. It's all too pedestrian from Australia for now.
Well, I'm going to say it's also good batting. I think the bowling's been pretty good, but he's backed away to the leg side, giving himself some room, changing the length as well.
5th ball, the over. And Gill goes again. Pulled through mid-wicket for 4 more. Back-to-back-to-back boundaries. 4 fours in the over thus far.
Well, thinking as a fast bowler, as we do, when you do have the batsman moving around the crease, just like I mentioned, goal short halfway down, test it out there. See how he works on the back foot, but have a look at that shot. Too much timing there and in a position so quickly. And Shubman Gill, he's batting so well here, and Dorshas actually come back over the wicket.
This pro-Indian crowd are on their feet early. They're none for 35. Last ball, the over. Dorshas to Gill, who has moved to 26 off 11 deliveries. Dorshas into Gill. And Gill defends out towards point. Stornis will do the fielding. And at the end of the 3rd over, India none for 35.
Spring racing is here, and Alex Scott and staff are leading from the front. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Buying, selling, or just after some solid advice, back the team at Alex Scott and staff today. From the paddock to the property market, they've got generations of service behind them. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred since 1886. Visit alexscott.com.au.
SEN T20 cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Remitli, one easy app to send money worldwide. Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. Come on, it's Australia's favourite air. As Australia are under the pump here, and they've turned to their trump card, Nathan Ellis. Just the 4th over, India flying, none for 35. And Shubman Gill has done the damage so far. It's Abhishek Sharma on strike though, as Ellis teams in. He bowls, and Sharma just helps him over that point region. Didn't get all of it, so India will get a chance to get 2 runs. Xavier Bartlett did the fielding, the deep sweeper position. They move on to none for 37 on the Henley home scoreboard.
Slower ball, the first delivery there from Nathan Ellis, and that's what we know, and he does so well. And just that change of pace, he's got to find and work that pace on. I love the way that Ellis does this, and certainly with the batsman playing this positively, this is going to make life interesting.
And here he comes. Sharma again, change of pace. Marcus Stoinis does well. Cover point region, diving to his right. So it's a different mode that the Indian openers have taken. Generally, we're used to seeing Abhishek motoring along and Shubman Gill playing not an anchor role, but just the support role at the other end. But it's Shubman Gill's in charge here, 26 of 12. All those stats for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving. The Indian innings is moving as Nathan Ellis comes in. Third ball of the over to Abhishek Sharma. He bowls and Abhishek Sharma gets a top edge. He's got out a few times here. Ball fielder running in and he's dropped it again. Australia have given Abhishek Sharma yet another chance, yet another life. It's bent washes this time. And probably it was as easy as the one that Maxwell dropped a couple of overs ago. This time it was a fielder running in from fine leg. Michael Kasparowicz, I have no answers to this.
No words, I know, and he was probably only 10 metres on the ground.
He made
from
good
where
ground to it as well.
He certainly did. Well, just watching again, it's easy from the sidelines, but just caught it a little bit low down. You want to keep your hands nice and high.
Ellis, fourth ball of the over now. Sharma smashes him through the point region, but he gets it straight to the fielder. He hit it hard, and the point is Nathan Ellis has troubled Abhishek Sharma, who's now moved on to 14. None for 40 India. He's got him out thrice in this series and twice with the short ball. So the plan was there. It was set up perfectly. But the fielding, or the catching anyway, has not been flashed from Australia. So 2 balls left in.
Just getting a weather update from a friend of mine that lives out at Laidley, which is about 70 to 80 kilometres away from Brisbane.
Andy Bickles.
Smashing down out
Andy
there.
Bickles' hometown.
All right, that's not great news as Ellis runs in for the 5th ball of the over. Gill on strike. And he bowls and Gill, slower ball, just helps it not too far away from the square. Picks himself up a single towards square leg. He moves on to 27 of just 13 balls. And well, if the Australians were to look up at the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, anything, just look away. Because the highlights will show 2 very straightforward catches that have gone down. Abhishek Sharma is not the kind of guy you want to give 1 life to. They've given him 2.
You certainly don't want to, and he can't afford to, of course, in this version of the game. He ditch balls a moment.
Yeah, good over from Ellis. Can he close it out well? No, he cannot, because Abhishek Sharma has deposited him over the deep mid-wicket fence for the first 6 he's hit in this innings. Great end to the over for India. They are none for 47 after just 4 overs on the Henley home scoreboard.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus. No fuss.
SEN T20 cricket for Remitly and Fujitsu. And some stats for Daft Trucks. Daft Trucks keep you moving. Abhishek Sharma notching up his 1,000th run in T20 internationals, and plenty more of those to come. Xavier Bartlett continues his spell in from the Vulture Street. Bartlett bowls to Gill, who just whips it away off his pads down to fine leg for a single.
What a finish to that last over. Ellis, as he's done throughout this series, seemed to be pulling things back. Not a single boundary had been scored for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise. And then just got his length wrong, Casper. And he paid for it.
Well, I think that's the whole thing with the drop catch early over. Is how often you see that. And of an over, going for the maximum or going for a boundary anyway. Such a shame that, but it was a really good over. Everything was great. Just couldn't hang on to it.
So Bartlett to Abhishek, full ball. Abhishek advances, hits it to mid-off to where Maxwell does a good piece of fielding out of shy of the stumps. Abhishek was always safe. They scamper through for a signal. So India moving to none for 49 of 4.2 overs. It has been a dynamite start from the visiting team.
So Australia having to do something a little bit different here, and Xavier Bartlett coming up to, as you mentioned, the Vulture Street end. Just a change of ends, just something that might just spark for it. But I mentioned, each delivery is an individual event, and for Australia to drop 2 catches, we'll see how painful that will be.
Bartlett delivers to Gill, swing and a miss through to Inglis. Michael Kasparovich, our expert for Ozito brushless power tools. Do you with Ozito?
I thought I heard a noise there. It was a whoosh as that ball just went over the stumps. So, pretty wild heave from Shubman Gill.
So we see on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, he did get close to it.
Yeah, I think just that length, he's sort of come back to, as much as the batsman's coming at you and the ball's disappearing everywhere, you're in control. You have to set it as the bowler, hit your areas.
4th ball of the over. Bartlett into Gill, back of a length. Gill just punches it towards cover. No run. Tim David doing the fielding.
And good example just there. Xavier Bartlett, very impressive. Just doing that, just coming in, you're still hitting, as we like to say, the top of off that length, but the batsman's got to make a decision. Do I go forward, do I go back? And just leaning on that front foot, just able to get it to rotate the strike for 1.
It's been a good over so far, just the 3 runs from it. Can Bartlett stick the landing with the last 2 balls of the over? 8 balls left in the power play. India none for 50. It's been a rampaging start. Here's Abhishek on strike. He's 21 off 12. Bartlett delivers to Abhishek. Short ball pulled away by Abhishek. Little plug in the outfield. At mid-wicket, Tim David doing the fielding. Got to it a couple of metres inside the rope and keeps it to 2.
We talk about it as a bowler. It's not only your pace it coming out of your hand, maybe where you bowl on the crease, but the length. And Xavier Bartlett there just deciding to sort of drop one in short. He certainly didn't get any piece of that at Abhishek. They've got actually the man deep on the leg size. How good are my eyes?
No.
It's not a fine leg.
Lightning.
Oh. We have a lightning alert, which is not great in the course of this game because lightning, it needs to be cleared for, I believe it's an hour before they can return to the field.
10-kilometre radius, isn't it?
It's a public safety, and we're going to see it flash up on the scoreboard in a moment's time, urging the patrons to take shelter. So lightning strikes in the Brisbane region. Being seen within 8 kilometres of the Gabba, we're getting word, which is
too close.
Far too close. And with a packed out crowd here at the Gabba, over 27,000 in the house at last count, the players will leave the field and we are set for a lengthy delay, which, well, if you're an Indian, not great because they've made a flying start to this match. 4.5 overs, they're none for 52. Shubman Gill with some classic cricket shots. 29 off 16. Abhishek chancing his arm at times. He's made a great start as well. He's 23 off 13.
Yeah, it's been Shubman Gill really who broke open this innings in some ways with that over against Washes. Went after him, hit him for 4 boundaries. And Abhishek, well, it's been a chancy life that he's led in the middle. Very fortunate to be still out there. But 2 sitters that Australia have dropped has meant that India have not lost a wicket, but the pressure's well and truly on the Australians, and they wouldn't mind this break. You're right.
Yeah, it was just astounding actually, those 2 drop catches, and seeing how costly that's going to be. But look, Sean Craig, the umpire, Sean Craig and Rod Tucker becoming, I thought, weather experts. But obviously if the rule is within 10 kilometres as well, it's we've seen, the Gabba's famous. I think there was times when I think Kevin Mitchell back in the day actually during a test match, I think it was a test match, we actually drove on the field with them, just sort of shoot everyone off. And Remember, all the players were actually the old Gabba, of course, with the dog track around, all sitting in the grandstand. I think Dean Jones, didn't he run some helmets out for the
Oh, that's right. That was
yeah.
Dale Stones, wasn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, but the score is, Jack, here, none for 52 on the Henley Home scoreboard.
Let's take a quick break and we'll be back. Players been suspended at the Gabba due to lightning in the vicinity. We've got storms on the way. The ground staff are rolling out the covers. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back in a moment's time.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
SEN T20 cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. Back here at the Gabba, India a none for 52 when play was suspended moments ago due to lightning strikes within an 8-kilometre vicinity of the Gabba. The ground staff, preempting the storms that are about to hit the Gabba, have laid out the covers. So keeping that pitch nice and dry, and hopefully we will see a resumption in play at some point.
Didn't you, I think, Bharat, you were saying about how tall the Australian team were?
They're going to get hit by lightning.
Well, that's right.
That's true.
And they've got metal spikes on as well.
Yeah,
so maybe.
true. There you go.
And I used to always think of that, being quite tall myself, being 6'4".
Closer to the lightning.
Exactly.
Ride the lightning.
I don't think it ever bothered someone.
Metallic art in town.
Oh, they were, yeah, not in Brisbane, but no. Never an issue for someone like Justin Langer, of course. But it was something that certainly for us tall ones.
Ricky Ponting would have been pretty fine.
Yeah.
A bit taller.
No, they always have a battle.
Set of half spikes, though. So
right. Don't they? Those two about who's taller? Ricky Ponting and Justin Langer?
Justin's definitely shorter.
Oh, right.
So would you go try and find some of the other fast bowlers, maybe like a Glenn McGrath or even Matty Hayden?
He's a big target, Matty Hayden, isn't he? No.
Stay away from him.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not just the players right now. As we see, they have to get all the, we say 27,970 odd fans here. So especially those sitting in the uncovered areas, which is large parts of the Gabba. So they need to be sent under cover as well, as is happening. And it does not look very promising, unfortunately. The weather forecast that local Michael Kasparowicz just showed me saying that the rain is just around the corner.
It's telling me it's about an 80% chance for 7 o'clock.
Well, we've heard from a long-time listener, Matt from Laidley, who's texted in and told us that Laidley is about 70 kilometres away from Brisbane. He's getting smashed by storms at the moment, as we can see a lot of orange on the radar, and that he's heading right for us. Hopefully we get a little bit of a break and it skirts, the worst of it skirts around the Gabba. The patrons have been advised to seek shelter with severe weather on its way. Just as India were off to a flying start in this T20 International, especially Shubman Gill with some wonderful cricket shots on both the off and on sides.
Yeah, and then Abhishek Sharma, after the 2 drop catches, started freeing his arms as well. Finished that previous over from Nathan Ellis with a giant 6 towards probably the longest part of this ground from where he was batting. Australia with a lot of questions, no real answers so far. And India really in control of this contest. They already have taken an unassailable lead in this series 2-1, so they can't lose it. So they can win it. Australia having never beaten India in a multi-game series in this format on home soil. So it's quite the stat for Daft Trucks. And also on that, Australia have a good record here. They only lost once in 8 games. This was my late night research yesterday, Casper. Going back to 2006, they lost to the West Indies in 2013. The ground staff, meanwhile, just getting, what are they doing? Are they putting the pegs in or are they taking the pegs out? They're putting the pegs in. So.
Look, even up on the ground, the scoreboard, the screens up there, it's saying severe weather, seek shelter. Currently experiencing severe weather and it's unsafe to remain in open areas.
Yeah.
There's a few bars.
There are.
In the unopened areas.
The German club,
Yeah.
club out the back on Vulture Street might be doing a good trade in the next half an hour to an
Slide
hour.
a knuckle in, you reckon? A big pork knuckle.
It is the best pork knuckle
It's
in the
pretty
business.
good.
And
It
I've
is pretty
sampled
good.
a few.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think that it gets any better than the German club.
Well, the other place you can go, of course, I was going to be after the game, is Easy Times Brewing.
Yes.
Which is just across Stanley Street there. And I've actually been working at the moment with the owner, with the other work they do. So I'm involved with the Easy Times Brewing Company.
Chief Sampling Officer?
Well, I'll put it this way. As I said to him, I've been professionally drinking beer for 30 years. Sponsors product in different teams, I suppose.
Yep, and I, having shared a few beers with you, you are very professional when you drink.
Thank you.
Casper.
Thank you very much.
You're a professional drinker. There's technique to it. I like the fact that you this tactics, strategy. It's always fun observing you drink beer.
Well, there's the three formats of the game, of course.
Yeah.
There's the Test cricket version. There's 50 overs, or there's a T20.
Yeah.
And I suppose some people treat going out having a beer the same.
Yeah. Well,
To put it in equine terms, you're more of a stayer during a session?
Yeah, I think I was renowned for that. It's a... you got to be able to come back in and keep bowling fast in the last session of the day.
look, with that spell that you bowled in 1998 in Bangalore and how dehydrated you were, Casper, I think you owned a lifelong worth right to drink whatever you want to stay hydrated.
Just putting back what the sweat was taking out, of course. That's the other line, isn't it?
So players been suspended here at the Gabba, India, after 4.5 overs, none for 52. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back in a moment's time.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart. Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Gilly, Kayo Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation needing the finishing touches? Whatever commercial painting job you need doing, let Synergy Painting Group's team of expert painters create a lasting impact. Whether it's an office, school, even a hotel, Synergy Painting Group will get it looking great. And if you need car park line marking, exterior cleaning, roof coatings or epoxy flooring, check out their comprehensive commercial solutions at synergypaintinggroup.com.au. It's where quality meets affordability.
Welcome back to the Gabba. T20 International Cricket. Play has been suspended thanks to Remitly and Fujitsu, SEN's T20 Cricket. With lightning strikes reported in the area, we've got rain on its way. That'll hit the Gabba in probably a few moments' time, about 5 to 6 minutes away, just judging by the radar. But there is good news, though. It looks like the worst of the rain is going to miss the Gabba. And we know how well this ground dries, Michael Casper.
Yeah, North and New South Wales always cops it. Always plenty of rain, it sort of rips through there. And it'll be no different here. And I think what you do find is that whilst it might come through and rain, and even if it rains hard, it doesn't rain long. It'll blow over relatively quickly, giving us time. Oh, look, and this break has come perfect timeline for the Australian side, hasn't it? Really, just to sort of pause what was going on out there, the carnage that we saw, the way that the scoring out there, actually gives everyone a chance to stop, settle down and restart is what the Indians are going to have to do.
Yeah, and just on what would be happening right now in the dugout, Casper, especially if you are Glenn Maxwell. I mean, you've been doing this for so long. One of the best fielders Australia have ever produced. Like, how do you go to a teammate who's dropped a catch like that and put an arm around him, or just let him not worry about it?
I'm not sure about Glenn, how it works is sort of his style, but I'm sure they would. I'm sure everyone's around. Don't worry about it. And I think he wouldn't because he's played so much cricket. And look, it's certainly not the first catch he would have dropped, and it won't be the last. And that is cricket. Just a shame, obviously, that we saw that right now. But look, I think that's what he's saying. The remarkable thing is we've seen him do extraordinary things. Catch, virtually off the field, throw it back in and re-catch it. The athleticism and all that. But just to see him spill one, so rare.
It's funny. Just before the start of play, if you remember, he asked for a napkin. I'm not saying this due or anything out there, but just the two drop catches as well. It felt like they were in perfect position, and the ball kind of slipped out. So I don't know. Maybe I'm making excuses for them.
No. Interesting too. When you call it a napkin, we're not talking about a tablecloth.
No, I mean what you call a napkin in India.
It'd be a rag. Yeah. Just but I think what happens here and with we have dew on the grass, playing the wall gets wet. So I maybe that was part of it. I know it was hitting the air, it wasn't running on the ground, but it does sort of come into it a little bit. Yeah.
It is fascinating how the dew comes into play here in Queensland because I've commentated plenty of AFL games here at the Gabba, and first half of the game, we usually start around 7 o'clock in winter. It'll be dry, the ball will be flowing from end to end, and it's almost bang on half time where the dew comes in. And they come out in the second half, it's like they're playing with a bar of soap, and that will roll in, gets a little bit earlier across the cricket season as we get into summer, but it does come in quite well, and there is a lot of moisture in the air up here.
Yeah, there is, and I think what happens too, that's why teams like to chase back themselves, because the ball doesn't rip on the wicket, it sort of skids on the wicket a little bit more, so it's easy to bat second. We've seen that even in 50 over cricket here, and certainly in this format of the game, 20 overs.
Speaking about this format of the game, a T20 World Cup coming up next year in India and Sri Lanka. Let's have a look at the two teams that are playing tonight, both Australia and India. We'll start with the Australians first. Their build-up to a World Cup campaign, we've seen in this series in particular, them having a little bit of trouble with spin. They look to be a pretty settled T20 international lineup, and with the World Cup being so close, you would say that the vast majority of this squad will be the members that make up the team at the T20 World Cup next year.
Absolutely, and I think Australia have been playing probably the best T20 cricket they have, the men's team anyway, in a long time. After the way they went down last year, I was there in the Caribbean when they lost to Afghanistan and St. Vincent, and they got smashed by India and St. Lucia, and that was it, because they started that tournament well, but you can see under Mitch Marsh, they've just decided, all right, we're going to play percentage cricket where we're just going to hit a lot of boundaries and keep trying to be aggressive throughout. You see the makeup of their batting lineup, Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, who will open the batting when we get to that World Cup. Cam Green will come back into the side. I mean, how good was he in the Caribbean? I mean, he's probably hitting the ball harder than anyone else in the world at that point. So that will be a big get. Josh Hazelwood obviously will take the new ball and has a fast ball ever bowled better than he is right now across formats.
Well, Casper, you've been perfectly placed to answer this question, because Josh Hazelwood seems to be in the form of his life at the moment.
Outstanding. That 3 for 13 the other day was just spectacular, the way he did it. Everyone talks about the similarities maybe with McGrath, I guess, in ways, maybe not just in height and that sort of stuff, but in control. I think that's what he's showing. And when you talk about the Australian side, and I guess who would come into this team when for that World Cup, you talked about Head, of course, and Green, and as far as batsmen, but you've got Mitchell Starc. He hasn't retired from this, has he?
He has.
He has.
So he's retired from this format.
Okay,
so
all right.
I think the question will be Pat Cummins. With the amount of cricket that Australia are going to be playing in the next, you speak about the T20 World Cup, Jack, then there'll be the IPL, but then soon after that, Australia go to South Africa around September, October for a 3-test match series. They're scheduled to play, I think, 2 against Bangladesh in the top end. Before that, And then from that point on, it's non-stop. 4 against New Zealand, 5 in India.
Well, having a look at their schedule from the middle of next year to the end of the 2027 Ashes, so it's about 10 months. They've got 20 test matches in the space of 10 months. And for a squad that we've seen will probably have a fair bit of transition, Usman Khawaja, well, it's pretty much confirmed that this will be his last series of Test cricket. An ageing fast bowling core, lots of players in that squad over the age of 30. There's a lot of cricket to be played, and big series too. Like there's a Border Gavaskar series over in India. Potentially a tough time to be injecting new blood into this side.
Across formats as well. And you know who else knows about the fact that Australia playing 20 tests in the space of 12 months? My wife does, because that means I'll be away for that long. So she's generally on
Is
top
she happy
of the
about
FTP.
That,
yes and no, depends. Depends what time of the year it is and how much housework I'm missing. But no, you're right. And so that comes down to the question of, Pat Cummins, will he be in that T20 side? And the question we've asked throughout this summer or throughout the series is, Nathan Ellis for me is inked in. He's there.
Yep.
I mean, it's Nathan Ellis and Josh Hazelwood. They'll be the key fast bowlers. The question is, do you pick Cummins, or it's more about does Cummins fit in terms of the rotation and how they want to take care of his body? When he comes back and plays in the Ashes, how his body will be. He said, I think that he's not confident of playing back-to-back tests. Maybe he plays the pink ball test. We don't know. So the likes of Bartlett and Washius and the others we've seen, it's opportunities for them going forward.
And question for you, for you both. How much does subcontinent experience come into the selectors' minds? Because someone like Xavier Bartlett, he's been establishing himself in this format, but hasn't played a lot of cricket in the subcontinent compared to a guy like Pat Cummins.
Yeah, I think it will come in very handy. And also not to forget that, when you're playing T20 cricket there's also the opportunity for a second spinner. I mean, Maxwell does play that role. You have Matt Short in there as well. I think they've had a bit of taste of the IPL, both Washius and Bartlett. Bartlett's played a couple of games, but not enough. So, and not to forget, between now and then, there's also BBL season. So you could have someone who we've not really spoken of already tonight, just putting their hand up and saying, yeah, pick me. So that's there as well.
That's absolutely the case. And I think as far as timing, not only for the players on this list here, for the Australians, to dominate through the Big Bash, but I think also for other players coming through. Once again, it's a beautiful platform, is the Big Bash, for them to come and star and really dominate. And the timing could be perfect, of course, with taking spots in that squad over for the T20 World Cup.
Head of the T20 World Cup. Here at the Gabba, rain has delayed the proceedings. India none for 52 after 4.5 overs. We've seen lightning in the range starting to tumble down. We'll take a quick break and be back. And we've got a special guest joining us in the very near future, Grace Harris, the Brisbane Heat BBLW superstar. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Sun's out, rolls out. Take Red Rooster's bacon and cheese ripper along for the ride. Made fresh, loaded with flavour and ready to roll. The Rooster's calling! Hurry, limited time only, on the app or in-store.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Harvey Norman 10% in bonus gift cards. Saturday, Sunday, Monday only. Spend $500 or more on selected products and get 10% in bonus gift cards. Save $100 on Acer Aspire Lite laptop, now $798 plus 10% in gift cards. Save over $1,800 on Samsung 65-inch 4K OLED TV, now $3,467 plus 10% in gift cards. Hurry, ends Monday at Harvey Norman. Best brands, best range, best prices and bonus gift cards. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. Gift card valid for 1 month.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sun's out, rolls out. Take Red Rooster's bacon and cheese ripper along for the ride. Made fresh, loaded with flavour and ready to roll. The Rooster's calling! Hurry, limited time only on the app or in-store.
Welcome back to SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. My name's Jack Fulham. I'm joined in the commentary box here at the Gabba by Bharat Sundaresan and former Queensland legendary fast bowler Michael Kasparovich. Rain has delayed proceedings here at the Gabba with India none for 52 after 4.5 overs. A bit of a dampener on tonight's proceedings after a hot start from the Indians, Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, every time I hear of the introduction for Michael Kasparovich, I'm always reminded of Kasparovich the man. The famous call from Richie Beno. When Kasparovich was given unfairly given out at Edgbaston.
Are we going to dig this up?
Not yet. I'm just teasing it. I mean, it could be a long delay tonight.
Let's get the therapy couch wheeled in.
No, I mean, it's disappointing. We still don't have the rain yet, so that's a good sign. But the lightning delay, and not much you can do. We had one of these recently in Adelaide during the Shield game. I think it was South Australia versus I think against Queensland. Yeah, recently when Manas made that 100, we had a lightning delay, and there's really nothing much the umpires can do. I mean, it's the same across the board. It's grassroots cricket.
So the laws governing the lightning is that it has to be a 45-minute delay from the last confirmed or cited lightning strike in the area. So as soon as they're like, we don't have any more lightning, then 45 minutes.
Do we go to like a Gen AI software to predict that or tell us what's going on there? I'm not sure.
I guess there's some poor bugger that's up on a roof somewhere just with the binoculars.
Is there?
Well, I assume so.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
It seems very abstract, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is, I think. But I guess it's safety first for players. Yeah, you just can't do much about it.
What about those two security guys out on the field in the yellow shirts next to the just standing next to the edge of the covers, making sure, of course, no one runs in the field.
Yeah, they have drawn the straw shore.
Yeah, you'd think that but they have a golf cart-like thing right next to them. I guess if there is any lightning, they just jump straight in and drive off dramatically.
How do they get that gig? Like, how do all the other security guys have gone short straws, or has it worked?
I reckon they're the two blokes that turned up late for their shift today. And the supervisor has gone, boys, have I got a job for you?
Or maybe they are the quickest in the team as well. Quickest to run off as well. So maybe let's give them some credit.
They've been struck by lightning before.
Maybe they know what to do.
That's what I mean. So lightning doesn't strike twice. Is that what they say?
Oh, that's
so they've been hit before.
The umbrellas are going up on that note, and I can see rain now.
So the big news during the week, Australia naming their 15-man Ashes squad for the 5-match Test series coming up, and you can hear every ball of that with SEN Cricket. Every ball of the Ashes right here on SEN with Gerard Whateley, Damien Fleming, Simon Kadich, Adam Collins, this man, Bharat Sundaresan, Stuart Broad headlining the team as well. Starts November 21 on SEN with the first test in Perth, and we cannot wait for it. The rain is starting to tumble down here. Now, we talked about the Australian squad earlier in the broadcast. Let's talk about the English, because they have assembled over in Perth, and there's some ex-English legends that aren't 100% happy with their warm-up. They're just going to be playing the one warm-up game in Lilac Hill in Perth against their England Lions, like basically the England A-side, as an Ashes warm-up. And are they a risk of going into this Test series very underdone?
Yeah, I think, but if you've seen how international cricket's gone in the last half a dozen years or more, that's what the big teams do. That's what India does. That's what England do. That's what Australia do when they go overseas these days. There was a time they would depend on the home team or the home country, the host, in this case Australia, to provide opposition for them. I think they like being in control of how they prepare, what they want out of their preparation. And because these three countries in particular can afford to bring 15 extra players as well, like whether it's the England Lions or India A, like India did last year. They prefer to practice amongst themselves. I think they just like to be in better control of circumstances, of conditions, of whatever it is, whether it's workloads or everything else. And it's an argument that will always be made by probably players of Casper's generation, or even the generation before Casper's, where they used to play a lot of first-class cricket on every away tour, especially on an Ashes tour.
And not only that, they used to travel over to England on a boat. So
we're going a long way back.
I know.
I don't think those people are around to say much.
No. But I think one of the things as a player, and what I always found, I know a few of my mates did, is you can't find form in the nets. And that's the whole thing. When you all of a sudden, that's what you're being told to do, go and prepare yourself in nets and in a practice situation. The best place to find form and feel good is in the middle, I think, and that's what this game is. Test cricket's all about adapting and adjusting, and by simply not coming and playing a few games beforehand, as touring teams always did in Australia, you get to understand bouncy wickets at the Gabba, or just turning wickets on different pitches, fields. It's so important. It wasn't even when we went overseas, when we went to India, as you mentioned, but even England, an Ashes tour is going there and went 17 in the squad.
Yep.
All of a sudden you're finding, you're not first pick, but here's the opportunity to learn and to play and get wickets, and certainly there was blokes that got a lot of runs too.
Yeah, and that's how it used to be, right? But like I said, take Australia's last tour of India. They had a 9-day camp, or felt like 9 days. It was a 7-day camp in Bangalore, in Allur, just on the outskirts of Bangalore. I was there, and then there they just had like pitches the way they wanted it to. They even went and found bowlers who bowled like R. Ashwin and Jadeja and Akshar Patel and practiced against them. I mean, you can argue it didn't work out in the first test when they lost in Nagpur, but I think it's just the way it's become. It's not even like a new trend. We've been seeing this trend for the last few years. But I think the bigger loss for me, though, is not even what happens with the touring teams. It's the lack of opportunities for emerging players in Australia or in India to make a name for themselves against a touring opposition. You go back, Jason Sangha, I remember, made 100 against England. Alistair Cook made 100 against Australia years ago. I think those opportunities, you miss out on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a shame. It's obviously you're living a dream. You're being selected for your country, and I think going away, and even if you're not in the team, you're getting those games. It's obviously seeing England and seeing everything around it. But I think that's where even for the English teams that have come here to Australia, that's all part of it too. Is the experience making you a better player, playing not just in the dressing room and watching and being part of it, but actually getting out and playing in the different conditions. It's so important.
Well, we look at this English squad and they've brought out possibly the fastest pace battery that they've ever brought to these shores. Guys like Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, Josh Tongue as well. Do you think this all-out pace attack can trouble the Aussies, especially on some bouncy pitches?
They firstly have to stay on the field. I mean, it's look, I keep comparing cricket and wrestling, but this is basically WrestleMania. Yeah. So England, how has baseball come into being? They get humiliated in Australia 4 years ago, and then that extends to being humiliated in the Caribbean soon after. And then they bring in Brendan McCullum and say, look, we need something, not just for the next 2-3 years, but when we go back to Australia. They haven't cared about the WTC finals or qualifying for it. They've not cared about anything else. Everything comes down to this, which is why Mark Wood hasn't played a test match in a year. Jofra Archer has been brought back specially for this. This baby is WrestleMania, and this is the main event. If it doesn't work out, what is the future of baseball and what's the point of it as well? And Ben Stokes is, on one arm and one leg he's bowled and somehow kept himself going. So you can talk all you want about how quick Wood and Archer are, and what the others are very skillful. I mean, Josh Tongue is skillful, Gus Atkinson is skillful, but I think they'll have to stay out on the field, and if they don't, happy days if you're an Australian fan.
All right, we'll take a quick break with rain tumbling down here at the Gabba, and on the other side of that we will be joined by the Brisbane Heat WBBL superstar Grace Harris.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Hello and welcome back to SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Rain tumbling down here at the Gabba with play suspended. India none for 52 after 4.5 overs. As we wait for this weather system to pass us by, we are joined in the commentary box. This is an absolute treat. The Brisbane Heat WBBL superstar Grace Harris joins us. Grace, thanks for making your way in here.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. I guess it'd be better without the rain, but sure.
Hey, but if it wasn't raining, we wouldn't get to focus all our energies on you, see?
It's true. That's true.
Go.
There's trade-offs there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There is.
Now, hopefully the rain will stay away tomorrow when you guys start your WBBL campaign, WBBL 11 against the Melbourne Renegades at Allan Border Field, 12:40 p.m. start. So hopefully that's going to be out of storm range.
Yeah, we hope so too. And it's, a good game to start with, the old grand final rematch. So hopefully we get a good win over the Renegades. We love kicking off at home too. You want to play in front of your home fans, don't you?
Up here in Queensland, absolutely. Hey, look, Grace, how's your leg? How's the calf? I think that's what...
Oh, it's all right.
It's all right?
It was one of those mental resilience building injuries. But, to kind of, I guess, to get so close to that ODI World Cup selection, especially because I don't really play one-day cricket for Australia, regularly. So I guess it was quite exciting, but it's kind of stuff happens, doesn't it? You just got to roll with it. But it's going very well. This rehab's probably been quite good compared to others that I've done, and I'm kind of ticking all the boxes, and I'm travelling quite nicely. So touch wood that I'm ready to go.
Did you still keep an eye on that World Cup? And it must have been frustrating.
Oh yeah,
to watch it.
oh yeah. I did keep an eye on the World Cup. I might have had a noise complaint from the neighbours when we came up against Pakistan and we're 60 odd or something. There might have been a few "What are we doing?" at the TV, but no, it was good to see all the crowds. It was good to see the venues that they played at, and some standout performances across all the teams.
Now, talking about standout performances, one of the Brisbane Heat's WBBL imports, Indian star Jemima Rodriguez, 127 in that semi-final against the Australians to knock Australia out of the World Cup. Tell us a little bit about her. It's her second season back at the Heat?
Yeah, it is her second season. Look, she's just like a bundle of energy, but good energy to have around the team, and, constantly kind of positive chats, and she fits in anywhere too, happy to bat in the order wherever she can slot in, and happy to do a role. So we love having her at the Heat, and not only that, but she's pretty gun in the field too. So she's not exactly just a one discipline kind of player. She's all-round package. She's good.
And just to see how, the innings was great, but just, the emotions and coming out of her, and she's been under a lot of pressure back in India. So that would have, I know it came against Australia and you'd be disappointed with the way the result happened, but to see a teammate to live out her, or leave all the emotions out there, would have been quite touching.
Yeah, it was good in a way. It was good in a way where I was like, I hope you can do this for the Heat. You can do it against the Aussies. You can do it when we play the Stars or the Renegades or anyone. But like I said, she is quite skilled, and I think she's definitely a player that probably needs that that extra reassurance to get the best out of her. So throughout the season, if she goes through bit of a lean patch, at least we've got enough players and the support staff to really pat her on the back, and T20 can be that kind of fickle game. So you can't really you can't dwell too much on a poor innings. And Jemmy, she's fantastic. She brings really good energy to our squad, and like I said, she can field well. So I'll just keep reminding her, I guess, throughout the year that she offers more than just runs on the board for us. And if she can keep with that energy, then we'll be in for a successful season too.
So, Grace, with the Heat squad, I suppose, for the start of the season, everyone's excited. The pre-season, I suppose, got all in place. What have we got? What's any surprises coming, or players in particular?
There's a couple. So young ones, or ones that I'm very keen to see develop or get opportunities. Two, one Sienna Ginger, medium pace all-rounder, coming through hooping in swing to a righty, and she can bat quite well. She's lightning fast in the field. I'd nickname her the Flash. And and then Lucy Hamilton, obviously. So she had a really good campaign last year. And you know how some younger players, I don't want to jinx her, but some younger players get the 2-year blues because everyone knows what she does. But Luce, she bowls wheels. She bats quite nicely as a big left-hander, and potentially I can see her career being basically like a left arm Elise Perry. I know that Pez and Annabelle Sutherland, they're both right-handed, that fast medium pace batters. Lucy Hamilton has all the potential in the world to be that left arm pacer, but can bat left-handed too if she really works on it and develops over the next couple of years. So excited to see her progress.
Now, give us the lowdown on a couple of other of your imports. West Indian all-rounder Chanel Henry. And South African batter Nadine de Klerk, who played in that World Cup final just a week ago.
Yeah, Noodle, one thing about her that I love, she's competitive as all heck. Like, she would run through a brick wall for you if you said, this is what we need to do to win the game. She's one of the most competitive people I've met, and she just knows kind of what she's doing. She knows what the situation is in the game, and then she just gives it her all. And Chanel Henry, I played with her in the WPL, and as soon as I saw her train once, I sent Mozza a message, and I was like, look, I know Laris is leaving and we need power in our middle order, and I've got the perfect replacement, because I saw her launch a ball over cover, and I reckon it was still on the way up when it hit the stands. So she's athletic, she's strong, she's got buckets for hands, and she actually bowls like really nice away swing up front. So I think she's just another all-round kind of package for us that I'm hoping does really well for her first year in Big Bash. But Australian conditions a little bit different to the subcontinent. We get a bit more bounce, but with her levers and her strength, she can clear some boundaries.
Just listening to you talk about these players, what does it feel like to be that senior, person in that team who's kind of guiding these newer or younger faces in, and sort of being a mentor of sorts?
Well, kind of a mentor. I try and leave coaching to the coaches if they're willing to coach them. But I more try to encourage what is the game-changing aspect of their own performance or their own skill set. And, Luce and Ginge, you just want to go like, this is the game plan. If you miss-execute, it's okay. Like, accept a couple of fails, but it's a good failure. And then Chinny, it's just simply about how we read the game, and then telling her, listen, I think you should, bat on off stump to best access this bowler, because she's going to bowl it here and you can launch her here. And then they kind of get free rein. So if it's not so much like, I don't want to get too technical, I guess. It's more just like, as a batter, where I'd find it uncomfortable to bat against this kind of bowling, or where I think they should whack that bowler.
Now, obviously, the Heat are going to win the WBBL this year. That's just put it in the book.
Yeah.
But what are some of the other danger teams that we need to be on the lookout for this summer?
A little smoky of mine, really. I know that they haven't made too many finals, but Hobart Hurricanes, to me, actually have a very good list. So Nat Siva-Brandt, Danny Wyatt, Lizelle Lee actually doesn't even count as an international this season. She's a domestic player. So they've just recently won the Spring Challenge with the players that they've, with their core group, really. But they've got a good pace bowler coming through, Callie Wilson. She's fast, she's tall, she looks like she knows where she's bowling it too. So that's always a bonus when you're coming up against a young pacer. But Hobart Hurricanes, I think their list, they've got good balance with the experienced and the young ones, but they've actually got a pretty talented list.
Yeah, I've seen, when you mentioned Lucy Hamilton, I remember our Bulls Masters, which we started 15 years ago. We on tour and we go to the schools and all that, and all of a sudden the kids are playing, and I said, yeah, okay, we'll play against the kids with the tennis ball, mind you. And Lucy is coming steaming
Did you
bowling
ever
to
bounce
me.
any of the lippy kids?
No, I was batting. And Lucy's come in, and it was straight away. It was like, oh my, who is she?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on? So,
No, I faced her indoors in the NCC, and I thought, oh, she's young, I'll ramp her. And I got in. I was like, oh, she's young. Like, she would just be one, like, pitch it up, see if it swings or whatnot in the indoor centre. I'll ramp her. I won't whack it straight back at her. And I got whacked. And I was like, oh, no, she's quite good. She knows.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing.
Because I think one of the things that you did, and watching your journey, obviously in Queensland, it's sort of that innovation, the way you played, coming in, hitting the ball hard. And we've seen, obviously, ramps, and you mentioned it, but just good cricket shots. What are you seeing, or what are you finding, I suppose, in the women's game that's coming, that's maybe the next step?
Well, the next step that I want to see, being an innovative player, is especially just recently watching the men's play in Cairns or Mackay when Cam Green knocked it out for a single out to deep cover and they didn't run. And then he slotted the next 3 for 6. Now, tactically, I absolutely froth that. Like, I love that. I think that's fantastic. That kind of... The fact that you can go, I'll line this guy up, right? But I have a feeling that in the women's game, it will be, if you don't hit them for 6, like, why didn't you take the single? Why didn't you take the single? It was to get off strike. So,
but also, if you don't take the single and they knock you over next ball,
that's the other.
You're in line for a big send-off.
That is the risk. But see, sometimes I always look and I go, yeah, but if I ramp and get out, everyone goes, oh, why'd you play the ramp? But if I ramp and I get 4, especially off someone like a Marizanne Cap, who's a very skillful bowler, for instance, kind of going to a weakness of mine would be to shape the ball away from me, right? So not into my arc. I'm a very strong leg side player. Any leg spinner, that kind of thing, you're coming on, that to me is like, I don't really match up well here, right? And so if I ramp her for 4, or if I figure out another innovative way to take her for higher runs than just a runner ball, I go, that should be a pat on the back. And if I get out doing it, it should still be a pat on the back. It shouldn't be like, you should have just milked her out to a deep cover for 1. But I think the women's game, probably not there yet, but I would love to see that.
But the power game is,
the power game's coming. Don't worry about that. There's a lot of girls that can hit the ball, and I think even the Oz women's team, I think we're post that T20 World Cup where we got eliminated in the semi-final. I think that was a real wake up to be like, no, we actually have the skills. We just chose not to do it on that day. It's time to take the game on, and the way that you take it on is whether it's the right risk to take when you get out, and most of the time it's the right risk. So we're going with that.
Now, Grace, before you depart, this might actually be a little bit of a controversial question, but you're coming off the calf injury.
Mm-hmm.
I call a lot of football games, and in football terms, it's the old man's injury.
It is.
Have any of the younger teammates been getting stuck into you over the calf?
Oh, look, we've actually got warm-ups is Owls versus Bilbies, and Owls are the old and wise. So the day that they beat us in the warm-up games, that's when I'll happily take their criticism over any injuries. But we're undefeated at the moment, the Owls. So
I like that, the Owls and Bilbies, yeah. I know in the Australian cricket team it used to be the Julios and the Nerds. That's how they used to.
Who was in the Nerds?
I was
young.
Generally anyone that
pace bowlers in the
didn't
Julios.
Wear jewellery.
Okay.
Didn't put streaks in their hair.
McGrath would have been.
So definitely, Steve Waugh was the captain.
Right.
I made the Nerds and all that, but when you had anyone like with putting blonde
Shane Watson.
Yeah, Julios.
Well, yeah. But I'm thinking, Warney obviously was Julio.
Oh, he'd be captain Julio, wouldn't he? He's captain of the team.
I think even Ian Healy, because he put flicks and streaks in his hair, he
did he? Did he?
Julio.
Heels was a
wow.
But the thing was, Glenn McGrath.
Heels on a daily basis. I've not heard this before.
Glenn McGrath actually ends up not being, he's always a nerd, and not just because he come from Narromine in New South far back of Burke, literally. But I think that's where he all of a sudden turned up, and he had flick in his hair as well. Jason Gillespie, it's quite funny. He always put colour in his hair as grey as he is now.
Yeah.
Jamaican brown was the Just for Men colour he used to use.
Jamaican brown.
And it was quite funny, just even with hair. And maybe, I don't know if I want to go there with, talk about hair in dressing rooms. But I said to Jason Gillespie one day, we're in Holland with the Australian team.
Okay.
October. I said, I reckon you can't make Christmas without dyeing your hair.
Yeah.
He said, I'll do that easy. Anyway, I remember Christmas Day, might have been Boxing Day test. I started calling him Pepe Le Pew because the regrowth he had in the middle, he was looking like a skunk. So, but hair product generally doesn't get much chat. What about in your dressing room?
Oh, there's a few. Yeah, it's more like how we style our hair more than the hair products themselves. So if you get shiny hair, we might talk about the conditioner or the shampoo, but it's more like how you're going to wear your hair for the day.
Right.
So high bun, low pony, plaits. Like we've got Charlie Knott that often does battle braids sometimes, but sometimes she goes, no, today's a bun day, or so it's, and a lot of it can technically be how sweaty you get or how hot you get with your long hair. So how you tie it up, it's important, okay?
This is my kind of chat.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's why I thought we'd
Grace Harris, Brisbane Heat WBBL superstar. They start their campaign tomorrow at Allan Border Field, 12:40 p.m. local time, 1:40 p.m. if you are in the southern states. Best of luck against the Renegades and for the rest of the WBBL season. And thank you for being so generous with your time this evening.
Thank you very much for having me, and let's hope we win, eh?
Thank you for being you.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break here at the Gabba with the rain still tumbling down. India, none for 52 after 4.5 overs. And hopefully we'll get a resumption in play in not too long. Stay tuned to SEN Cricket.
Sun's out, rolls out. Take Red Rooster's bacon and cheese ripper along for the ride. Made fresh, loaded with flavour and ready to roll. The Rooster's calling. Hurry, limited time only on the app or in-store.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
But remote, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Gilly, Kayo Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
But remotely, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
Welcome back to SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Rain teeming down here at the Gabba. We are in the dirty part of the storm. It is tipping a lot of water down at the moment. India, none for 52 off 4.5 overs when play was suspended. My name's Jack Fulham. Alongside me in the commentary box this evening, Bharat Sundaresan, and Queensland and Australian legend Michael Kasparovich. Now, Casper, with a Ashes series on the horizon, just 13 days' time, Australia taking on England in the first Ashes test. You know what the producers have put on the run sheet.
Now, before that, I want to jump in. I want, Casper, tell me any story which doesn't involve 2005 Edge Bassett. Ashes story. Come on. God, there's surely more. I mean, not just from the 2005.
I got heaps of stories and plenty of
Ashes
Indian
series.
ones as well. You want an Ashes story?
Actually, you know what? I would love an Indian story because you're a part of that 2004 tour.
Yeah.
That Australia broke their duck in the subcontinent. Hadn't won in the subcontinent for 40 odd years before you went there. That was the last frontier for that all-conquering Australian team to win a series in India. And he had to do it without Ricky Ponting for most of that series. I feel like it gets underrated, that series win in the annals of Australian Test cricket history.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I was there in '98 for the very first time I went there. And I even joked, talking to Damien Fleming, Jason Gillespie and Glenn McGrath on the podcast, the Fast Bowling Cartel, talking about that. And I talked about going to India that year. I was selected, and that those blokes, Gillespie and McGrath, conveniently were injured. And so I went there and managed successfully to lose about 10 kilos in 3 weeks.
True.
So I need to get back there pretty soon, I reckon. But I actually went, it was the most, for me, the most challenging thing ever, playing in those conditions, on those surfaces. No grass. I don't think there was a blade of grass, and I joked that not even a living organism in that pitch, which doesn't particularly suit a fast bowler. But one of the things I did, it was the most challenging thing, but the most rewarding experience of my life. I did get 5 for 28 in Bangalore back in the last Test match. We won the Test. Man of the match, so getting that trophy home was interesting in the overhead locker. I would have preferred. They give them bikes these days,
they do. Yeah.
Anyway, but having seen it there, and then 2001 as well, but then 2004, what we actually did was look, and obviously what Australia had done so much and so well was bowling, good lengths, but what you needed to do in India was adapt and adjust to the conditions. And so I remember going over there, and I just going in there on the plane. I was sitting with Dizzy and having a bit of a chat to him, and Glenn was nearby too, and just talking about what we need to do is something different here. Sounds a bit crazy, but let's bowl to the Indian strength, and by bowling straighter. Now that makes no sense to anyone, because you go, why were they just going to? It's right, money for jam for them. What you do is set the field a little bit differently, meaning that you've got 2 men back, so your fine leg, a deep either forward square leg or just behind. So there's 2 men back there. You want to bowl and set them up. Short ball there, you can have a hack at it. We've got 2 men back if you miss-hit it. The other reason why, if you do still looking to hit the top of off stump or maybe top and middle, was that when they do flick to the leg side, they're only getting 1. It's not a boundary, you're only 1 run. So it causes come into a sweeper sort of roll. You've also got 1, maybe 2 at different stages, short catching mid-wickets. Mid-on a little bit straighter as well. And that's great to have a great plan like that. But the execution was the most extraordinary thing. And when I say extraordinary, most satisfying thing that we actually went out there and did it. That was the plan and did it. And obviously we had success in it. Rahul Dravid, I think, didn't score too many runs that series. He got bowled at LBW because he had cover kind of open. So he was almost like trying to hit the ball through there. So he's using half a cricket bat. And I think the way we flipped it for that was really interesting. However, we won the series that year in 2004. Nagpur was the final Test match. Sourav Ganguly did not play. Rahul Dravid walked out there to toss the coin at the time, which was sort of a bit of a surprise, but it was the most Australian wicket that we've ever seen in India, because it had bounce and carry, a little bit of grass on top, so it worked in perfectly. But that was the greatest team performance I certainly was involved with the Australian side.
And then obviously the next year you did go to England, and so what's we'll come to Edgbaston, but what was happening when Glenn McGrath stepped on that ball, Casper? Where were you in relation to when that injury happens, and what do you remember from there?
So I was actually I guess what you're doing when you're the spare, you're helping out is marking run-ups. So I was actually marking the run-ups of McGrath, Gillespie and Brett Lee. And being a good bloke, I was doing the right measurement. Not making it a bit longer, but anyway. So I was actually down, and so picture this, I'm down, and I've seen over the left-hand side here, the commotion, him on the ground, and a few guys laughing, go on, get up, like this. Next thing, he couldn't. Then all of a sudden there's a bit of concern and what was going on. But then over the right-hand side, the other side of the field, I'm watching England. So I'm down on my knees watching this, watching England. All of a sudden they're coming together, but you're seeing them rise. Their chests almost were like, oh, what's going on here? McGrath's out. So that's where I was, and seeing that. And so straight away I knew Sean Tate, I think, was a bit injured. So then I thought, well, I don't think they're going to play McGill here, and it was going to be me. So Murph Hughes, who had a tour group, but he was one of the selectors of the Australian cricket team at the time, obviously came in, they talked, and then I'm watching him walking towards me. And I thought, how do I do this? I might muck around with him here, because I know what he's going to say. And then he said, oh, look, Casper, I'm not sure where, but Glenn's gone on a ball. I saw that. Congratulations, you're selected. I looked at him, I said, geez, that's lucky I got in before 3 o'clock last night, because means I should be right. Wasn't the case at all, of course. But,
Now, we fast forward an hour later, the day one of that test match at Edgbaston. He walked into pretty much Bazball 20 years before Bazball. They ambushed you from the outset. I think they scored 400 odd in about 75, 80 overs.
It was like 4 runs and over, and they did. I think, and I guess that's the way that Kevin Peterson played. I think Flintoff, he was the one.
Marcus Trescothick played a good one.
He came through, yeah. But I suppose that's the thing. They beat us at our own game, because that's what Australia did. And it didn't need a brand. It was just being positive in the way that we did it. So, yeah, and look, that whole series, and it was 10 years that I played for the Australian side. In and out of that side 13 times in the 10-year period. In, out, coming back. And it's a lot like your own kids. When you're, if around every day, you don't notice change. If you go away for a week, then you come back, and all of a sudden, that's a little bit different. And I had this really unique perspective of watching those guys, that team, through the most successful time in all history of Australian cricket. Just what was going on, and little things were different. And the one thing that was different was, I reckon that was the first time in those 10 years that I heard the word luck being used in the Australian cricket dressing room.
Right.
And when you think about it, the only team that ever talks about luck is the loser, because you're only ever unlucky. And I've always talked about that previously, and think about that sort of when you feel unlucky. We did. The Australian cricket team, who, the success we had, 16 tests straight, all over the planet, always been able to find a way. All of a sudden, we felt like we just needed things to go our way. So we felt like every opposition team, when they were playing against us, that we just, and the thing was England, everyone was just a little bit off, I guess with some great averages and that we had and players, but everyone just a fraction off, but the opposition, they were just that bit better.
When was luck used for the first time? Was it when Glenn McGrath went down?
No, I think different. Even you start. I think it's more a feel. If you feel unlucky, guess what? You are. And I think and I'm not suggesting that there's different decisions maybe, or even things like you could throw it. There's a bucket of lots of examples, but even when I think it was Gary Pratt came on the field as the. And then all of a sudden,
That was the test at Trent Bridge, the 4th test.
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting, and he was going along pretty nicely at the time, was run out by the substitute fielder, Gary Pratt, who I think he was a Durham player.
Yeah.
Just a decent county career, but a gun fieldsman. What was it like to be a fly on the wall in that dressing room when Ricky Ponting came up the stairs after being run out? We know Duncan Fletcher copped it. What was it like post the Duncan Fletcher confrontation?
I think, maybe that series that was on Prime, the test, when you actually got an insight into a dressing room, what goes on, or what, obviously the emotion that actually occurs. I'm sure that plenty of dressing rooms have seen worse. But look, it was like the other thing was, like I said, just little examples of just feeling like just didn't quite, it's not working out, and you're wondering why not, because it generally used to. Maybe even having New Zealand Kiwi umpires give you out when your hand might not have been on the cricket bat.
Well,
we'll come just before that. Speaking of luck and all that, how the English, the winners get to write the story, right? Or they get to write history. Yeah. So the English perspective has always been, Michael Vaughan often talks about how when that test match, the middle one was drawn, and then there was celebration in the Australian camp. I've always wondered the Australian person were you guys genuinely celebrating the draw? And what have you always made of how the English use that as being this is when we knew they had beaten them? Yeah, it was extraordinary. Because I've had people saying, it must have been, when you're out there in the middle, saying, it would have been, must have you when you and Brett in that innings, how are you feeling? And I said, actually, we were fine, because you're just watching the ball, you're hitting it, you're doing your best. It's when you're sitting off watching it, when you obviously can't control anything, that's the pressure. And it was incredible because McGrath came back, took the moon boot off, and he's able to strap it up, and he was able to play up at Old Trafford. But I remember watching it there, and all those, you're feeling so nervous because you couldn't control it. But it felt like it when we you got over the line. And you're right, when we're celebrating a draw, that was very un-Australian. But it was so necessary. All right. Main event, Edgbaston, the final day, Casper. What's going through your head when you walk out to bat? Because there's still quite a few runs left. Well, maybe even that luck thing. So I think we did 90 odd, wasn't it, the last day? Shane Warne's out there. He's looking good with Brett. Then he steps on his stump. Yeah. When does that happen? So all of a sudden I'm out there, 63, was it? Yep, that I had to take with Brett. And I remember walking out with Brett, and the crowd were going nuts. I guess before they did the red developments there at Edgbaston, but still plenty and noise. I went out to Brett and when I smiled and said, mate, let's just have fun. Treat it like that. And obviously, when I say fun, we're not going out there and having gags at it all, but just it reduces the pressure. So knowing that essentially the bowlers are going to go either nose or toes, which they did. And what was going on, we were scoring, I reckon, nearly 4 runs and over, and got it through pretty quickly. Then all of a sudden, it was the noise was incredible. Then we hit. There was 13 runs to go. Flintoff's bowled a ball down the leg side to Brett Lee, hit a foot mark and went for 4 byes. 9 runs, single digits. All of a sudden, the crowd went silent. It was incredible, where all of a sudden it was just quiet. Then I think Vaughan went over and might have said something, and then they started bowling short length outside of stump. So guess what? We had to leave it. And that's where they should have been the whole time. That's why we're lower order batsmen. And I think that's what was really amazing, was that we're coming in. So what happened, of course, I think Brett Harmison cracked this cover drive through, but it went straight to Peterson on the fence.
Absolutely
middled it. And people were jumping up, the Aussies in the crowd celebrating, and then all of a sudden dropping the head. So it brought me on strike. And then I thought, okay, and I think short, it's the short balls, no worries, get under them, watch it, get behind it, but all easy. But this one particular ball, it felt like it wasn't halfway down. It felt a lot fuller. Hence the reason why, out of instinct, there was the hands were up at the head. Now, I guess and they talk about game of inches, those moments, a bit more glove would have gone straight down. Maybe could have gone a little bit side, could have got runs off that, off those gloves to win the test match. But what happened, of course, was the short ball bang. In that instinct, it's actually flicked my right hand. Now, my right hand was off the bat. And in the moment of the heat, everything, you couldn't see it bang. And I've even spoken to Billy since about it. I said, look, mate, I'd be disappointed if I was bowling and you gave that not out. Because in amongst, and obviously the situation, the moment, bang, you've got to do it. But unfortunately, DRS and technology wasn't being used that series. So what happened was that whilst it would have been the right result, because we would have gone upstairs, because the batsman would have left me at least one, surely. It would have been the right result because Hotspot, with the heat sensor, would have picked up my right hand was off the bat at the time. And I'm not sure it's necessarily the case, but law 34.1 in the MCC laws of cricket, I think. Something around there. Anyway.
Did you know this law pre?
No. But I think that's where... so it would have been out. So it would have been the right result. But I reckon it would have been embarrassing for me. And you know why? Because I reckon Hotspot would have definitely picked up a wet spot, something dribbling down my legs.
Now, 20 years removed from...
Can I just one more? Sorry, Jagger. See, right after that, wet spot or not, the image, like you're the one who's like, suffered the biggest heartbreak. You got out. I know Brett Lee had played a really good innings at the other end. The image is always about Andrew Flintoff giving Brett Lee, the hug. Nobody cared about you. What was happening with you, Casper?
I've had people come and say, so what? Oh, that moment, when it happened, what did Andrew Flintoff say to you? I said, Andrew Flintoff didn't say anything. No one came to me. And said, I'm sort of too busy celebrating for a start.
Yeah.
But even just going back into that Australian dressing room, and everyone, what happens, because it was so close, obviously a couple of runs, that's when everyone's quiet and everyone's thinking about those moments when, the shot they played or the misfield or those moments then that you could have controlled. It could have been better, or it could have been, the no ball or whatever, or that diving, catch if it's stuck or feeling unlucky. So those examples. And so it's pretty silent in the dressing room there for a good while. And it takes those close moments. That's the whole point about that whole series, was that whilst what made it such a great series was that we still, I think it was the final session on day 5 of the 5th test at the Oval, when there was a chance where we could have drawn it and then got away with it. And it's like not even double extra time. It's like it was one of those series that's why it was so incredible.
They're 20 years removed from that series, and obviously at the time, giving back the Ashes, there would have been an immense feeling of disappointment. Do you look back a little bit more fondly on that series? Because, look, I'm in my mid-30s now, and it is still the greatest series of Test cricket. As a 13-year-old, never been more captivated by the game of cricket. It stayed up to 3 a.m, just about every night, watching it. Is there pride in being a part of that series, or does it still sting?
No, it's absolutely pride. For sure. It was interesting. I was over in India at the Imperial Hotel in Delhi, and sitting there and in the foyer, and an Indian gentleman comes up and says, Casper, Michael Kasperovich, yes. He said, thank you so much. I have to say thank you for saving Test cricket.
All right.
And I said, you're welcome. I said, in what way? He said, well, if you and Brett had scored those runs, then you would have been 2-0 up in the series. We're going on and won the series, and Test cricket would be dead. So I explained to him, I said, well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I said, junior participation went up in both countries, right, by 15-20%. I think there was the DVD done, thousands of copies, the greatest test, all that. All the England players, including, I think, bus driver, maybe even Gary Pratt, got MBEs. Everyone got an MBE. And if I was single-handedly responsible, of course, what do you reckon happened to me? I said to the bloke. And he said, I don't know. What happened? Surely. I said, well, I was dropped. Well, sorry. Not so much rested because I was replaced. Yes. Glenn McGrath came back. But it's quite funny. I was reminiscing to lots of people over the time, because you get asked a lot now, obviously. There's a saying, you got to give back to the game what the game's given you, right? And if I suppose for me, I've enjoyed so much, I loved the game of cricket and loved being part of it for 19 seasons for Queensland and 10 in the Australian side. I like to think that, if I save the game of cricket, then, it's sort of saying thank you. It's given me back that.
Well, we have a tremendous series of Ashes cricket to look forward to this summer. Play starts 21st of November, live from Optus Stadium in Perth. That is going to be fantastic. Catch every ball of the Ashes right here on SEN. Jared Waitley, Damien Fleming, Simon Kadich, Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan and Stuart Broad, the arch-villain, headlining the call team. Starts November 21 on SEM, the first test in Perth. The rain looks like it has abated ever so slightly, so hopefully we might be in store for a little bit of play. We're going to go and take a quick break and be back at the Gabba on SEN T20 Cricket.
The KGM Rexton Run-Out sale is here, and it's huge. Right now, save over $5,000 on an MY24 Rexton Ultimate. Already one of Australia's best value seven-seaters. From just $53,990 drive away, you get a 3.5-tonne towing capacity, premium tech, and a 7-year warranty. All that from just $53,990 drive away. Race into your KGM dealer now before they're all gone. See the website for T&Cs. KGM, Korean built to last.
Sometimes the key to your financial security is where you already live. Hi, I'm Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. Did you know that your home could be the answer to securing your family's future? At AR Property Investments, we're about your financial goals. We will do everything possible to help you support your family for years and generations to come. Call us this month and we'll come to you for a free one-on-one education appointment. You can't predict the future, but you can control your financial future. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Hello and welcome back to the Gabba. This is SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. My name's Jack Fulham, Bharat Sundaresan and Michael Kasparovich alongside me in the commentary box here at the Gabba. The rain looks like it has stopped. So the severe weather alert still in place, but it looks like we could be on the path to resuming this game. Obviously, it will be a rain-shortened game. So the umpires will be conferring soon. Obviously, we'll see the Super Sopper go around in the outfield with pulling the rope and trying to drain all the water off. Do you think we can still get some play tonight?
I hope so, and I think even to get to that point where the Super Sopper comes out feels like a fair way away at this moment anyway. And there is still some weather around. I mean, not a lot of weather around. So every time it looks like it stops raining, the rain just picks up again. So at least the lightning threat seems to have gone away. So a lot of people have started reappearing on their seats. But people are just huddled together, fans all around the Gabba today. So it's disappointing. I mean, it's great for us that we're getting all these wonderful stories from Casper about India and the Ashes. And, it's funny. Casper's career in itself is quite something, because you think about 2005, and by then he's sort of a senior member of the team as well, Casper, aren't you? And that whole shuffle that happened for the third fast bowler spot, I mean, it was McGrath, and then for a while it was McGrath and Gillespie, and it was Andrew Bickle, it was Kasparovich, and then Brett Lee comes in. So it's there's Brendan Julian here and there as well, a bit of Paul Wilson thrown in there. But it's a fascinating time in Australian cricket.
Can I ask you a question, Casper, around, you played a lot for the Australian team, but there's also a lot of matches that you missed out on, part of the squad, 12th man. Being a fast bowler and just being a competitive professional sportsman, and you guys are hyper-competitive, what is it like being so close to a team but yet forced to watch from the dressing rooms or carry the drinks? Because it would be easy to go and kick stones because you want to play, you want to be the man in the arena. Is there a way that, and we see Andy Bickle did it so much for Australia, what is that experience like? Because it must be hard to take.
Well, I think that was the best part for me coming through Queensland with Bick being my best mate. So we're competing, we went for the one spot essentially. And it just meant that, I know if I was in the team or 12th man, then all of a sudden he's getting wickets for Queensland, then he'd come in and replace me, I'd go back. And then I'd be getting wickets, and then I'd go in and replace him. We played one test match together, South Australia down in Adelaide, actually, Bick and myself. But I think that's where, when you actually got someone like that and one of your mates, best mates, to actually keep pushing yourself, you're just getting better and better. That's all we're ever doing is you're turning up. Essentially, that's what you got to do. And sure, you get plenty of bad lines over the years, and we're going to try something else. There's one line I think I got from Trevor Hohns. He said, and for me it was interesting, and it made so much sense when he said, Casper, we haven't picked you because we know what you can do, and we've decided to go with someone else, blah, blah, blah. And even the way he said that, it hit me. I thought, you know what, bang, I know what it means, what that means, really, because when I was young, I got this thing called potential. And the thing with potential is you can actually imagine someone to be better than they actually are. We watch football, bang, the players run around going, oh, mate, he's so good, mate, he could be anything. Until you think, no, I know what you could do. And that's what I was being told by Trevor Hohns at the time. We haven't picked you because we know what you can do. So for me, it was almost like a rebranding process of saying, well, actually, I've got to change that. I've got to change the picture, if you like, the frame around me so that it's a bit different. So you know what I did? I didn't put blonde streaks of hair, like changing like that, or start wearing jewellery like those bloody Julio guys. I had a short run-up. And I remember I went over, I could develop that. I was playing for Leicestershire over in England, 1999. Went over there, and it's a long season, of course. And so I came back, very first game we played here at the Gabba against full-strength New South Wales. Trevor Hohns comes to me and says, oh, how was it? How was, England? Did you enjoy it? Hey, how's it going? I said, fantastic. It was so good. I said, I've actually got myself a new short run-up. And he goes, oh, yeah? I said, mate, it's so good. It's given me better balance on the crease. It gives me... and I was going through like a car salesman. I got ABS braking. I got this. I was doing a big marketing pitch, the fact that this is why it's better. He goes, oh, okay, be interesting. I went out and got, I don't know, half a dozen wickets or whatever in that innings.
Yep.
And he comes up to me after, he said, mate, that's exactly what we're after. And I just walked away and I thought, you know what, it's exactly what I was doing before. But all I did was just change the perception.
So we spoke about, and you've spoken about that Edgbaston heartbreak for the last 20 years, Casper. But just looking at what you did, I mean, that's not the last test you played. You played one more in that series, and then you went to South Africa and played the last three. But what people don't speak about enough is you still had a poetic ending to your test career, because the last thing you did as a test cricketer was a successful run chase, and you had Brett Lee at the other end.
Exactly, yeah.
So people talk about the heartbreak from the previous year, but you and Brett did get it done eventually in Johannesburg.
Yeah, that was interesting too, because I think very first ball of test, Justin Lane got hit by Mackay Nintini in the head, and then bang, concussion, or now bang, you can't bat. He was pad up wanting to come out, and they were saying, no, you can't, mate. And obviously with, I don't know, when with Brett, we might have needed 30-odd runs. Then all of a sudden 20, 10, 5, 3, 2, bang. And all of a sudden we've done it. So, yeah, look, my career was actually, you live your dream in so many ways. I was 17 years old, Brisbane State High, which is actually the 169 bus. It's at South Bank there, just above South Bank. It's 2 zones though, 2 zones. So it was 40 cents to come to training. Here, back in the days with the dog track and all that. But I'm 17 years old at school, and I used to leave my cricket bag with the vice principal, Mr. Bookalil, in his office. And I'd go catch the bus coming down here. All of a sudden, walking from the train station on Stanley Street, I'd come down here and put my bag down in a dressing room that had, next to Alan Border. I got Ian Healy, I got, Craig McDermott, Carl Rackerman, Greg Ritchie, all these guys, and all of a sudden I'm just like, wow, how good's this? And so for me, being part of Queensland cricket, I like to think that, I said for 19 seasons, but we got changed it all when we won the first Sheffield Shield. I think previous year I got 52 wickets for Queensland. Went and played county cricket for Essex, but came back, but then we built from there. And with the players, this incredible squad we had in Queensland with... we actually had the leading run scorer, Martin Love, for Queensland ever. There was Matthew Hayden, Jimmy Marr, who played for Australia also in some one days, Stuart Law, then Alan Bordy, he had all that.
Wade Seckham, hell of a wicket keeper.
Andy Bickle. who happens to be the second highest wicket taker for Queensland, behind me. And Carl Rackerman was in that, around that time too. There was also Craig McDermott. It was just an extraordinary period of time. Then you got an Andrew Simons coming into the side as well. Shane Watson was just just coming in, but just the success we had. And I think for me, my cricket experience and understanding obviously what exists in good teams, but also understanding what happens and exists in your great teams was just an absolute treat, because we developed that cultural-wise, I suppose, for Queensland, but also in that Australian team. And the difference is, I like to use the word belief. Belief that whatever the situation is, we can find a way, and you generally do.
Well, hopefully we can find a way to get some play underway here. We are believing. The rain, well, doesn't look like it's coming down all that heavily at the moment. So
just
fingers crossed.
Sorry, not to be the pessimist, but it just picked up in the last 3 or so minutes. But yeah, it's still, it's not too bad.
We are keeping the fingers crossed. India none for 52 after 4.5 overs. Now we need 5 overs to be bowled for it to be declared a result, even if it's a washout for the stats to apply. So we will take a quick break here on SEN T20 Cricket, and we'll come back and hear a fantastic interview that you put together earlier in the month with Alex Carey. That is a must listen. So hang around. We'll be back here from the Gabba in just a few moments' time.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Useful legal advice that supports your business at every stage. Rankin Business Lawyers, a full-service legal partner to small and medium enterprises, delivering flexible, timely legal services and a solution with genuine care. Whether it's a dispute with a business partner, a trademark, a commercial lease, or a franchise, even buying and selling businesses, Rankin Business Lawyers help you navigate it all. Rankin Business Lawyers, they help business. Visit rankinbusinesslawyers.com.
How much did the painter say he was going to charge you for that job?
Well, they told me it was a one-off special price of...
Mate, if you're paying for painting and for maintenance, you're getting ripped off.
Got a commercial building that needs bringing to life? Or a renovation in need of the finishing touches? Whatever painting job you need done, let Synergy Painting Group's skilled and dedicated team create a lasting impact. Synergy Painting Group, it's where quality meets affordability.
That's much better.
Visit synergypaintinggroup.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
This summer, it's your time to own the grill. Do you have what it takes to step up, fire up and become the Beefmaster? SEN is giving you the chance to win the new Beefmaster Classic, thanks to barbecues galore. Built tough, made for big feeds and packed full of features for epic barbecues, it's your ticket to step up, fire up and become the Beefmaster. For your chance to win the new 4-burner Beefmaster Classic from barbecues galore, visit sen.com.au/win.
Impress at your next barbecue or dinner with something from the top paddock, smoker's pit, or even tasty dry-aged beef from the Butcher Club, a traditional caring butchery that's simply not your average butcher shop. Sourcing quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service, it'll be a shopping experience to remember. Their grass-fed beef and lamb, hormone-free pork, free-range chicken and seafood are all locally sourced and 100% Australian. And they've got you covered with 10 locations across Melbourne. Visit thebutcherclub.com.au.
The NBA season is back and streaming live on Disney+.
Oh, what a step from Curry! Oh, my goodness!
The big names.
LeBron James!
On the biggest stage.
Jay puts it in!
Steal!
Dyson Daniels does it again!
With big drama.
Luka Doncic with a little spice. City for the win!
It's gonna be a big deal.
Impossible! What a time it is to be an NBA fan.
Stream the NBA live on Disney+.
Electricity, that's useful. Gas, that's also useful. Internet, that's always useful. Saving money when you bundle? That's even more useful. Simplifying customer service? That's super useful. An app that puts you in control? Undoubtedly useful. Perks and rewards for being one of us? That's extra useful. A company that does all this and more? That's all kinds of useful. Origin. All kinds of useful.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. They know expertise is better served with superior service, passion and commitment. That's why they bring the whole team, combining local knowledge with national scale to maximise opportunities for you with clear advice and proven results. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
For Synergy Painting Group, where quality meets affordability, and Alex Scott and staff. Whether it's selling your livestock or selling your home, contact Alex Scott and staff today. Australia and India on SEN T20 Cricket.
Welcome back to the Gabba. SEN T20 Cricket for Remitli and Fujitsu. India none for 52 after 4-point overs on the Henley home scoreboard when play was stopped due to lightning in the area, and then since then we have had a thunderstorm come through. Rain has just eased off again. Michael Kasparovich, who has been joining us in the SEN commentary box, says we could see play in under half an hour. I feel like he's being the eternal optimist, but in the meantime, let's go and have a listen to the chat that Bharat Sundaresan did with Alex Carey last month ahead of this summer's Ashes series.
Take us back to Lords, Alex. Everybody wants to know. It's been 2.5 years since the whole thing happened, and a lot of water under the bridge. But first time we're playing Ashes cricket since then. So, what are your recollections, or how do you look back at it now, all these months later?
Slow start, Bharat. Isn't it? Yeah, I guess I look back at it. Probably not being a bigger deal as what it was made out to be, really. I know it's been spoken about and will be spoken about for years to come. Just one of those moments in a pretty amazing series when we look back on it. But I think, as you mentioned, a bit of water has gone under the bridge, and I've really learned to, accept what it is. I guess in the heat of it all, while you're over there, you might get caught up in it a little bit, but I've been able to, I guess, sit back and I wouldn't say enjoy it for what it is, but appreciate it for what it is. Understand people have their opinions who are absolutely entitled to them. We all have our, I guess, different perspectives on the spirit of the game, but, well within the laws and, I think, as I said, sit back and it sits pretty comfortably with me.
And it's one of those things. How often is that clip just pop up? You're not a big social media person, I know, but how often do you get to see it? Yeah,
I see it quite regularly. Yeah. People keep calling it a run out, which hurts me. It's a stumping. I see it quite a lot. I'm as I said before, it sits comfortably with me. Yeah. Well and truly spoken about. I totally understand people wanting to have their opinion on it, of course, and happy to to talk about it with whoever, whenever, and again, probably throughout this Ashes series, it'll be brought up. I know we've got one of the greats, Stuart Broad, joining the SEN team. He was the next man out there as well, so he'll have his say on it. But it's one of those things I think that will be remembered for a long time. Everyone has their say on it, but as I said, it sits comfortably with myself and Paddy and the full team, and
But do you actually look at it as being not an important but a significant moment in your career? I mean, you leave the spirit and what actually happened, but just the overall drama around it?
Yeah. Look, Stuart walked out to bat, and the first thing he said to me is that that's all I'll ever be remembered for. So hopefully I can continue to make some runs for Australia and do some good things behind the stumps, and maybe those memories pop into people's minds. But look, it is one of those. I guess you look at Gary Pratt running out Ricky Ponting, and even Broadie's nick to first slip, and certain things when you speak about Ashes pop into people's mind, and again, Stuart's well within his rights to stand there and not walk. It's just people have their say on certain things, but it's probably iconic. We'll get to talk about it for years to come, and it sits comfortably with me talking about it.
And see, now I guess you can talk about it more openly than you could back then. I remember the press conference you did right after Pebble v Leeds, and you said, no, it hasn't impacted me and all of that. But people have always linked, the drop in numbers for 6 months after that. Then obviously your career has turned around since. But now when you look back at it, do you think it had any impact, or is it just one of those things?
Yeah, I think it does. And you're in an Ashes series, you're in a series, so you're focusing on what's important, but there's stuff going on behind the scenes. My wife and kids are over there, so it's never nice reading certain things in social media. So then Eloise was sort of managing that. It gets brought up a lot. There's certain distractions that I think take you away from your best at times and what you really need to go out and play and focus on. And I think I was slightly distracted, through the rest of that Ashes series. But I also felt like I was going out there confident to do my job and play really well and help us win an Ashes series. So, I thought at the time I juggled it pretty well. Looking back, maybe there was a little bit of distraction that crept in at times, but... as athletes, we do get stuff spoken about us quite regularly, and as you learn and grow and get older and mature and go through those experiences, I guess you learn to deal with them a bit better. And I guess looking back, it potentially had a small impact. I personally probably don't link it to the runs. It's just the game of cricket. But was I distracted at times? Maybe I was. Yeah.
And I guess you feel powerful admitting it now as well, right? I mean, that's part of your growth as a person.
That's right. I think you're always looking to improve as a player, as a person. I feel like at the moment I've got a really clear mindset and how I want to play the game and walk out there every time when I bat or field or keep or whatever it is. I feel like I've got a pretty solid routine, which I continued to work on since pretty much 2019. But I think with cricketers, when they get a bit older, they understand their game a bit better as well.
And just Ashes cricket is you've been part of 2 Ashes series. The first one you dramatically make your debut or you start your career off. And then the second one, obviously, the incident that we just spoke about. So before I even get into what Ashes cricket means to you, it already has played such a big, significant role in your life.
Yeah, it certainly has. To debut in an Ashes series was a dream come true. To win that Ashes series was incredible. To go and experience one in England, it's a different feel. Retain the Ashes slightly. I guess internally we were a little bit disappointed we didn't close the series out. But again, a great result, I guess. And another huge Ashes series coming up, and it feels like every year they just get bigger and bigger and better. But growing up, I certainly loved watching cricket, and you did know in Australia when the Ashes were on, playing out backyard cricket with your brother and your sister and your dad. It's all you speak about, which team you're on. So cricket's played a massive role in my life. The Ashes, if you're a cricketer, is just something that just, you just feel it. You feel it change. It's coming, and it's very exciting.
And when you speak about maturity and where you come since then, if I could even take you before all of that to that first ball of your Test career, I mean the Mitchell Stark ball. I mean, how do you remember it, Kez? I'm sure there were the nerves, butterflies of the first ball ever in Test cricket, and then that happens.
I can't remember. I was so nervous. One of those ones. I think where a wicket keeper going out there and it's on debut, I was pretty keen just to get a nice outswinger and just get it in my hands. But massive build-up to the Test, and I think we lost the toss and we were bowling, and I think the guys were pretty happy with that result up at the Gabba. A little bit overcast, but big build-up, and for Starkey, I think my memories are I actually thought it was going well down leg side, so lucky it hit the stumps. But and Burns sort of I guess set up quite far across his stumps, and to see Starkey charge in, it was really loud before the ball, and then it just erupted as well. So an amazing experience first up, and one I'll never forget, and it's great reliving those moments.
And 4 years on from there, I mean, you're already, I think, in the top 5 most tests played by an Australian wicketkeeper. I mean, your batting numbers have gone up, and you're in charge of the team song.
Yeah, it's been a good 4 years. No, again, I sort of see it as another opportunity to hopefully improve my game, find ways to help the team win. It's a very well-balanced cricket team at the moment. It's had so much success over those 4 years. Unfortunately, just lost that World Test Championship in June, but the team is very calm, very composed. Anyone that comes in, does their role, and we're very confident, I guess, going into this summer. It's very exciting. What a bowling attack we've got. The guys at the top of the order, Steve Smith. I hope he plays for a long time. The reality is, who knows how long he's got. So you want to enjoy these players for as long as possible and really appreciate them. So I'm excited for the Australian fans this summer, but also very excited to walk out there alongside some of Australia greats.
Speaking of Steve Smith, I remember asking you this in Sri Lanka as well. I mean, the bromance that gets celebrated a lot is Manas and Steve, but a peek behind the curtains. I was in Jamaica waiting for something in the team lobby. You were sitting there, and then Steve Smith comes out of the lift and starts playing some beat on your head. I mean, it was one of the cutest moments ever. I even flashed the heart sign at Steve. But just the love that you two share, because you always seem to be sitting next to each other on the bus. How has that relationship developed?
Oh, we are very close. Yeah, he's he's a great teammate, but he's a great friend, and I think I'm sure the public know. He's very loyal. He just goes about his business on tour. He's not outspoken. He's a guy who loves cricket, loves hanging around, his friends. But yeah, our friendship definitely is grown over the years, and I reckon since day one. I still remember my debut for Australia was in a one-day international at the Gabba, and he was the captain, and I just remember him being so welcoming. You watch him play, but until you actually meet him, you don't fully understand him. But so welcoming. He even come up to me and said, "What am I seeing behind the stumps?" And I was like, "I don't know, mate, I have no idea." But yeah, just it's a true friendship. He's as of all of them, you stay in contact when you're not with them. But I speak to Steve very regularly outside of the game, and we'll continue to do so.
And just finally, Alex, one thing I know about you is gratitude is something real in your life. And even 3 years ago, I remember bumping into you after a Perth test, man. You said, "Man, I got the baggy green. I played, at that point, 20 tests or whatever you played at that point." And then he said, "I'm happy if it all ends tomorrow." Right? And is that feeling still there with you, where you're not even looking too far ahead as to how long this is going to go on for?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll reword it. I'm not happy if it ends tomorrow.
No, of course.
No. I understand what you're saying. I guess you're content and you're very appreciative for what you've been able to do and the opportunities that I've been able to have. I wouldn't be happy because I love it so much, and I still feel like I'm learning, and you want to continue to improve. But yeah, living in an incredible dream alongside amazing players, experiencing amazing things. So I play every game, with a smile on my face as much as possible. Enjoy it as much as possible, because the game's going to end at some stage, so enjoy it while we're doing it, and I've certainly done that over the last 4 years.
Perfect, Kes. Thank you so much.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love. Stay close when you're far apart.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Hello and welcome back to the Gabba. SEN's T20 cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. My name is Jack Fulham here at a sodden Gabba with the rain, which has resumed. Play was suspended with India. None for 52 or 4.5 overs. We had lightning strikes first and then came the big storm, which just has not abated. And our chances of getting any cricket tonight are looking slimmer by the minute. Joining me in the commentary box, Michael Kasprowicz, a man who played 19 seasons here at the Gabba for Queensland, another 10 in the Australian setup across three-format international. Starting to look a little bit grim, isn't it, Casper?
Well, normally here at the Gabba, when it does come down, it comes down hard, but it comes down fast. It blows over really quickly. Drains so well, the Gabba also. And there must be something coming from behind because people are outside, they're back in their seats, they're looking what's going on, and not much at all at the moment because normally the grounds you'd think they'd come out, get the rope around, sweep it around the outfield, and then we're back on in 10, 15 minutes. As simple as that. It's happened so many times. So there must be something happening at the back of what we've just seen.
And a big thank you for everyone listening across the country on the SEN network. The Western Sydney Eagle, thank you for your text messages. Big shout out to Dudley and his carer in Norman Park who are listening into the coverage, and a couple others that are texted in as well. We do enjoy and appreciate your patience during this rain delay as we see another big bolt of lightning lighting up the skies close to the Gabba. Well, looks like we might be in a little bit of trouble here. But, Gasper, there's plenty of cricket to look forward to this summer. Let's start with the Big Bash, because that is a competition that seems like it's made a real comeback in the last couple of seasons, especially with the Brisbane Heat doing so well over the last 3 to 4 seasons, making a final, winning the competition. We are set for a huge summer of BBL cricket. The white ball format, it just takes over the summer, especially every night, being able to sit down in front of the telly and watch T20 cricket. We're set for a great season.
We are, and I think, I remember, I guess, the sound of summer was the Wide World of Sport sort of theme in the back and all that. It's a different sound now, isn't it? Like I said, every night there's a new game. And it's incredible too, just chatting to people, talking about it, but people who aren't massive cricket fans love it. And that is the purpose of 2020. If you're a cricket nut, you love cricket, and Test cricket is number one. It always will be. 2020 is not for you. It's actually branded to attract the new fans to actually come along. And one of the things for me, I've always said, is that once you come to a 2020 game, as we do here in the Brisbane, 30,000 people for all your home games, they pack it out. They come along, but when you come along, you enjoy the experience, the time, everything here, you start to appreciate the skill. And I think that's the key. When you do start to understand why or how people are playing it, the shots they play, the balls they bowl, then you want to see the skill at the best level. Yep. And that, of course, is Test cricket. I actually I was telling this at University of Queensland law students, having to speak to them a while ago, and I was talking about it was my Cinderella story for 2020. That's how we're introducing the game to new people. And there was a young lady, she said, I'm that person. I said, really? She said, yeah. She said, I'd never watched cricket, I hate it. I went to a couple of Big Bash games, Brisbane Heat games, and loved it.
Yep.
She said, I now can't help myself, but I have to watch Test cricket, any two countries playing Test cricket in the middle of the night on Fox, which was where you watch all the international. She was just saying, I love the game. And I thought that my prediction, if you like, for the game and where it could go or what might happen, what I'd like to see happen, came true there.
Well, we have a massive Pakistani contingent joining us in the BBL this season. Babar Azam will play Mohammad Rizwan. Shaheen Afridi will be up here with the Brisbane Heat, so it's great to have them back. Ravi Ashwin. Now, it made big news when he signed for the Sydney Thunder, the first ever Indian signing for the BBL. Of course, he has retired from the IPL, where in India, when they're signed to the IPL contracts, they're not allowed to go and play in any other T20 leagues. He retired from the IPL, was going to be out here for the summer, but unfortunately has gone down injured and will not be taking part in the BBL. And look, hopefully we will get a star Indian representative out, because we can see it tonight with the turnout
absolutely.
from the Indian fan base, and what a sizable population of Indian expats that live in Australia that are so passionate about cricket. It would have been fantastic, and especially for the Sydney Thunder, who in terms of attendance-wise and probably in terms of cut-through, maybe at the lower end of the BBL teams, would have really needed that boost from having Ravi Ashwin out here.
Oh, it would have been ideal having him here, and I think that's where... I think there's still hope for him coming out in some capacity. Obviously, with that, I think it's a knee injury, I understand, but I think with that, hopefully he can come out. And I think just, as far as even coaching, helping, obviously get in a SEN commentary box with you guys, I suppose too, that's going to be pretty awesome. But I think that's where any sort of engagement like that, as you say, and over the years, we'd love more of that interest in out of India coming here. I think it's such a great product.
Yep.
And we'll see that again. And I think not only with the established players, but there's always new talent coming through.
And what is also coming through is a lot of rain. I was just downstairs meeting some friends, and a lot of people are leaving now. I think it's we're rapidly reaching that point where we've just been unfortunate in terms of we had lightning, rain, bit of break, lightning, and rain. And so this is the way it's going. And just on the Ashwin thing, I was speaking to him the other day. So he is genuinely gutted for not being able to come and play this season. But, there is every possibility, like you said, Casper, that he'll come. And but I think his role with Sydney Thunder goes beyond just the playing bit. He wants to get into coaching, or at least dabble with coaching. And also the other thing is, where they are in Western Sydney, there's a lot of multicultural population not far from or in Western Sydney. So to use him as someone of a brand ambassador to reach out to those people and bring new fans in, that's the role he'll play as well.
Talking about Indian players in the in the BBL, but in T20 leagues around the world, we know that the BCCI have been very strict for a long time on protecting the IPL as a product and not allowing Indian players to go and ply their trade in overseas leagues. We know that Ashwin retired from the IPL in order to come out here and sign a contract for the Big Bash. Do you see that at any point in the future that the BCCI may relent and allow some Indian players to go and play in T20 leagues?
I don't think the BCCI will ever relent. I think what it'll come down to, Jack and Casper, is so two things happened when the IPL was born, 2008. One, world cricket changed forever in terms of, I think it became more from being a sport that was run by administrators to a sport that suddenly the players had more power than Casper ever could have imagined or dreamt of when he was playing, in terms of what, and it's the same with women's cricket as well. I mean, how you want to shape your career, the choices you have, Tim David being a great example of that. And there are so many around world cricket right now. The other thing that happened was, the BCCI had still have control over the IPL. But once you go and bring the richest industrialists from India and from around the world and then give them a piece of the pie, there's no way they're coming in unless they think, if not at that point, going forward, they get a seat on the table of power, or at least get a seat on the executive part of how cricket is run and how cricket is shaped. And that we've seen happen. So for years we heard about this possibility of having multiple IPLs or a year-long IPL, or something in the model of the English Premier League in soccer. But that was never going to happen because of international cricket and weather patterns in India. So the only other thing that could happen was all these industrialists. And the go-to analogy, and it's one of the best analogies I've ever heard, came to me from an IPL owner years ago. He said, look, what's the point of owning this exquisite, bespoke shop where you get the fanciest of goods and keeping it open for just 2 months, and at the end of May saying, all right, we'll see you in April next year? That doesn't work in any other business. So we need to keep the brand growing throughout the year, and that has resulted in them going and buying teams in every other league. In the case of SEN, contributing to the conception of a new league. So that is happening. And I give you this long history only to say that it'll reach a point where they will have enough power to take decisions which kind of could override what the BCCI does. And I think we're not too far from there.
Well, I think too, over in the 100 was sold 49% stakes in the teams there. So essentially, the English Cricket Board, before they've come here for the Ashes, of course, have raised over $1 billion Australian dollars worth of value of money coming in. And so that, I think, from Cricket Australia has actually spoken about that. They've had some research on it.
Ravi Shastri addressed a lot of state representatives and Cricket Australia representatives this week as well, around private ownership into the BBL.
So you'd think it's something that it's going to happen. And I think it has to happen. But I think the big thing I know from my time, I was on the board as a director of Cricket Australia for 8.5 years, right? And it was at that time at the start when there was talk way back, when was that, 2011, 12, was when, what about, selling these, the value of the teams we'll look at in the States and we get more money then. We decided, no, we don't need to do it now. Let's build some value in this thing and then, maybe down the track look at it. So they're looking at it now, and I'd really think that the challenge for Cricket Australia is that's fine to make the money, but what are we going to do with it? And it's not just, handing out, food stamps and say thanks very much, everyone. And so maybe the way cricket operates and sort of, as a federated model, maybe it sort of does need to change. And given that all of a sudden, if you've got your domestic competitions here, but maybe the international game has changed. You get together, a bit like an Olympics, or every year for one event, a test championship, or maybe the game could actually look at that. I don't know. Yeah, what's your thoughts?
No, I think that when it comes to test cricket, and we're seeing it more and more, and we heard it and there was a lot of criticism, and even Todd Greenberg said what he did as CA CEO, that do all these countries need to play test cricket? And I think what he meant by that was, and I think it was a very valid point from Todd about just the feasibility of cricket. Not everybody can afford to host test cricket. It's in a utopian world, you can say, everybody should play 3-match series. And I saw it firsthand in the Caribbean. You're investing all this money in hosting test cricket. We get to the third test in Jamaica. And at a venue like Sabina Park, historic, it's right up there with, it's the Lords of the Caribbean. The fact that and you played cricket there, Casper. You've been there before, and the fact that one grandstand, like the grandstand, was cordoned off for the test match because they said, what's the point, nobody's going to come. Like, you kind of get like, so if people are not coming and watching the sport, like what's...
And South Africa's got the same problem.
South Africa's got the same problem. They don't have any home tests coming up. Yes, they're World Test Championship, World Test champion. So, and you know, there is money that the ICC has. Like, so the one way you can think about it is create a test match fund. And what I mean by that is you can have countries maybe host 2 test matches, and for the 3rd test match maybe reach into that fund, and you know, countries like New Zealand, South Africa, Sri Lanka. But the bigger question is, do they want to do that? I mean, at a time when like South Africa is a great example. I mean, they were nearing bankruptcy when Graham Smith had to go to the BCCI and say, look, we've tried doing this T20 tournament on our shows, it's never worked out. What do we do? And then like BCCI and people within Indian cricket said, okay, we'll bail you out. And that's what happened. And you know, South Africa got criticized last year for sending the team that they did to New Zealand. But the fact of the matter is, and the best way, the most crass way of putting it is, so if you've gone to someone and said like, hey, I'm really struggling here, bail me out. And then they said, okay, fine, yes. And then you're reaching the business end of the tournament. And then if you say, yeah, by the way, Rabada, Bavuma, all the big shots will be going to New Zealand to play a test series. So you're going, no, hang on. I bailed you out here. Like, you're not messing around with my business plan. So I think that's where we are headed.
Could you ever see a similar scenario in Australian cricket? So say like we have one of the weaker summers, say like a Pakistan or a Sri Lanka touring, and Cricket Australia saying, well, let's send our best players to the Big Bash.
Not because Test cricket is valued more here than anywhere else, because Australia probably is the only country where broadcasters pay more for Test cricket than they do for other formats, and long may it be that way, because we all love our Test cricket. And what will happen is, and what is happening is that Australia will play India and England more and more often. Like, you know, I think we had a Border Gavaskar Trophy in 2018-19, then 2020, 2021. Then there was the more traditional 4-year gap, 25. We had it 24-25. But now, you know, speaking to a couple of the Indian players, they're confident that they're coming back here in 2027. So we have New Zealand next summer. So we had India, now we have the Ashes, we have New Zealand, and they're going back to India. And then, you know, then have another summer with somebody else, and then you're back to the Ashes. So I think the three teams, to your point, Casper, will keep playing test matches against each other. But the other formats maybe will survive in the way they do. But one-day cricket in particular will reach a point, I think, where it'll become like how the One Day Cup domestically often gets played, like where it's like a caravan-like situation. You just take them to one country and play a lot of one-day cricket leading into a World Cup. So
I think even with the 50-over game, one of the things the changes have, we don't have the tri-series.
Yeah.
And there's only one game per state.
Yeah.
So in the whole summer, there's only one game of 50-over international cricket at the Gabba.
Yeah.
One in Adelaide, one in right round. So it's not like it's saturated. It's still its own unique format of one-day cricket. You can go to the cricket for one day, and it's awesome. It's a great sort of product. It offers, you know, and I think dress up is the theme, isn't it, for a lot of them? But we're just seeing the beauty of this format, the 2020. Not so much with the rain; it's not showing us that this evening. But I think just the fact that I've always likened it to. Test cricket, right? If I go to I love my food. I'm sure you did. That not surprised
I
that.
do.
So, but I love it, and the way I like to use the food as a metaphor here, in that you go to a fine dining restaurant, 5-star bang. You got a sommelier who matches the wine with this great product food. That's the Test cricket of dining experiences, right? You go to the pub and get a palmy and chips or a fisherman's basket. That's 50 overs. 2020 drive-through takeaway. There's not a vegetable inside, and I reckon a lot like you don't actually remember it. You just turn up for in the moment. It's a hit of how good is that. It's just bang, and then bang, you're off. Forget it. And I think that's what this does. But there's a movie by Morgan Spurlock. Remember him?
Super Size Me.
Super Size Me.
Wow.
Now, this movie, I'm not sure you remember it. Yeah, well, it's really interesting. It's a doco, whereby what he did was go and eat McDonald's meals for every meal for a month.
Another one. Yeah.
And every time they said, you want to supersize, he'd say yes. So the fact of the matter is that he nearly killed himself. By the end, everything's nearly packed it in. And so back in the day when I was on the board of Cricket Australia, I used to tell that story and say, whilst I'm actually at the table, I can guarantee that 2020 will never become the main meal. Because if we make 2020 the main meal, we're going to kill cricket.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Bharat, but while we're in this theoretical discussion...
And the rain gets harder.
It does get harder, so we might be having this discussion for a while.
Too, so
But going forward with 3 formats of international cricket, does something have to give? Does one format or the other need to go by the leeway to create a sustainable cricket ecosystem?
It depends on how deep you want to go into the weeds with this, because the other thing that has happened, and it probably hasn't been reported as much in Australia, because I think it's complicated to kind of explain it. But the fact that the Indian government right now, a few months ago, came out with a diktat banning all fantasy cricket, because you can't officially... There's no online sports betting allowed in India. So the only things you can gamble on are horses or by the state lottery. So fantasy cricket kind of changed that, where there was so many, and Dream 11 was a great example of that, who were the sponsors of the Indian team. And fantasy, I remember going to India after I moved here for a long time, and suddenly everyone, from the cab drivers to the security guards, everyone was playing fantasy cricket. You'd get into the cab, they would hear you talk about cricket, and they would just hand you your phone and say, pick 11 for me. And not pick 11 in a World Cup match. In the Rwanda Women's Cricket League and the most obscure cricket leagues all around the world. And fantasy cricket just became the big business in India. And now the government has come out and said that's banned. So that's why India had to give up they had to part ways with Dream 11, because Dream 11 was India's sponsor or jersey sponsor for years. And that went away. So now what that has happened is, because there was so much traffic coming through India on fantasy cricket, a la betting, a lot of these leagues have been affected. I'm not just Rwanda Women's Premier League, but a lot of even Tier 3, Tier 4 T20 leagues around the world have either shut down or they've been looked at differently, because it's more challenging now for the Indian market, the 1.4 billion. Not all of them bet on cricket or play fantasy cricket, but for a lot of that to really come through.
I think the fantasy cricket was really interesting, that sort of model, because what you're doing is you're looking at both team lists and you're picking 11, and each player gets points from that game. And essentially, at the end of it, whoever's got the most points, you win the pool. Or it's split amongst how many millions of people are playing it. I met the guy once in India through Jamie Stewart, introduced me when I was over there. And really cool guy, but why it worked and actually got through originally was that I think the government, or they had a law passed that it wasn't a game of chance, it was a game of skill. Because you're sitting there, you have to pick the players, which was really interesting. And I think, like you said, everyone's love it. They're nuts on it. They take, I think they even were sponsoring. They were, the major sponsor of New Zealand.
Yeah, they were everywhere. Yeah,
they're everywhere.
But
you can't actually get on it in New Zealand, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's the thing now. So now that being taken away has changed the game.
Wow.
It's a huge game changer, which is going to impact the T20 League world. And the reason I say all of that is, to your question of, something has to give. I think something has given. Just look at bilateral cricket. Look at the number of ODIs these days these guys play, right? Who's going to even get to 150 ODIs?
Yeah.
Unless you're from India. But even if you're from India, you don't play enough ODIs, which is what we spoke a lot about, the one-day series about Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and how they'll keep themselves going, because there's not enough one-day cricket. So 50-over bilateral cricket's already kind of been impacted by that. But like I said, Test cricket will just survive forever, but I think it'll be India, Australia, and England will play a lot more against each other. The others will have bursts here and there. We could lose a few test countries. I won't be surprised if that happens in the next 5-6 years. But yeah, and the fact that the saturation of the T20 leagues itself is happening, because they're only 12 months, and you're already seeing the cannibalization of these T20 leagues. I mean, the Big Bash League, if private investment comes in, they're already competing with ILT20 and SAT20. So there's like, where will they go? I mean, they can't push deeper because then it's IPL. So the IPL is the only one with that fixed start of March to end of May calendar, where it clashes with the PSL, but you know how complicated that is. So that's the IPL. Then everybody else has 9 months to play with, all these other leagues. So it's going to be massive, and then which is why there's so much interest in the BBL, because if you're an Indian investor, that period between mid-December and mid-January, you're like, there's not much happening there.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why they want to come.
This is SEN T20 cricket for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air and Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide. Let's take a quick break with rain still tumbling here at the Gabba. I don't think it'll be far until we hear from the match officials to call an official end to proceedings in this one. We'll take a quick break and be back with more from Bharat Sundaresan and Michael Kasparovich after the break.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Budget offer great weekend specials on a huge range of trucks. Pick up Friday after 4 and return Monday before 9.
What about utes?
Definitely.
Delivery vans?
Yes.
Bet it doesn't include high tops.
Including high tops and moving trucks with hydraulic lifts and moving tray trucks.
Great weekend specials!
At Budget right now. Call in at any Budget branch in Victoria or go to budgettrucks.com.au.
Righty-ho!
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Gilly, KO Sports is the home of summer sport with the Ashes, F1, NBL and the Supercars, right?
Yes, Travis Head. And if you're new to KO Sports, get 1 month of KO Premium for just $1. Offer ends November 30.
Nice.
KO Sports. Get on board.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Looking for the latest innovations in warehouse storage for your business? Think Dexien for tailored warehouse racking and cutting-edge automation technology. With an end-to-end service that includes design, supply, installation, and ongoing support and maintenance, they're helping businesses make their warehouses work smarter and more efficiently by maximising space and accessibility, resulting in higher productivity gains and improved safety. Speak to Stu Ward and the Dexien team today. They'll help you unlock your warehouse's potential. Visit dexienvictoria.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Experience luxury and performance at Audi Barry Berg. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles with exclusive demonstrator offers on now at Audi Barry Berg in Berwick. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryberg.com.au.
LNCT 7522.
Hello and welcome back to the Gabba. This is SEN T20 cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Well, a couple of hours ago, play was stopped with India. None for 52 after 4.5 overs, with plenty of boundaries from both Abhishek Sharma and Shubman Gill. For Liquorland, cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Alongside me in the commentary box this evening, Queensland legend Michael Kasparovich and Bharat Sundaresan. And when I say Queensland legend,
Yes.
officially confirmed Queensland legend.
Well, let's make this official.
Okay.
So Q Sport have made a big announcement. Forget about what's happening at the cricket. The game's called off, or should be called off very soon. So we'll just wait for that official confirmation.
In a way, just the entree.
Bigger
of the
news
evening.
here. Bigger
Yeah.
news here. So
The
the
undercard.
Queensland Hall of Fame have added more world champions, right? So here are the world champions that they've added. Half a dozen, 6 very, very special athletes. Starting with the great Ash Barty,
Yeah.
Wimbledon champion. What a performer she's been, or she was. On
Wimbledon champion.
Wimbledon
Australian
champion,
Open.
Australian Open champion, and just overall, pioneer in her sport. I mean, she's done
And
so much.
former WBBL cricketer as
Former
well.
WBBL cricketer as well. Who knows the rate at she goes, she might come back and play in the BBL. You never know. WBBL. Then there are 3 Queensland names that I've just learnt about in Daniel Herbert. Congratulations. Des Morris OAM and his brother, as I found out from Casper, Rod Morris. So 2 more names remain. One of them is it's always been a Queensland great. SEN zone.
Car wash mogul.
Yes, car wash mogul. And the guy who generally provides a fancy East chair at the back during the test matches, the great Ian Healy, AO himself. But, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please, because the latest inductee in the Queensland Hall of Fame World of Champions is our own Michael Kasparovich.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Sensational. Elevated into the Q Sport Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so on the 27th of November is the big black tie dinner. They've been doing it for years. There's
Do you have to give a speech?
Oh, there'll be a short one.
Okay.
It'll be yeah. I think, and just thanking people. So really important. I'm going to take my family, my wife, my 3 kids, and my mother. And I think, one of those things, my single mum brought us up, and I was just thinking about how that works. She used to take us to cricket, as a young player, the young kid and all that stuff, but just it was essential. She didn't know the game, but she said, hey, did you have fun? And that was what it was all about. So thank you very much, guys.
Beautiful. Well done.
And thank you to our match officials that have just given us official confirmation that this one has been called off. So India, none for 52 after 4.5 overs. That's all the cricket we're going to get tonight, unfortunately, which is a real shame because we had a sold-out house, a pro-Indian crowd. And I got to say, I was up on the concourse about half an hour ago getting a cup of coffee, and the Indian fans, I reckon to a man, woman, child, have stayed in their seats, have stuck around to the bitter end where a lot of other people were. They're still here. They're still holding out hope. So we love the Indian fans, and we love their fanaticism for the game of cricket.
It's been quite something over the last, must say, the last 3 or 4 weeks, traveling around Australia to see so many Indian fans come right back to Perth. I remember the training session the day before the first ODI. At least 500 people just surrounded the practice area at the Perth Stadium, chanting for Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. And then 82,000 people at the MCG for the T20. The big crowd at the SCG to say goodbye to Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who didn't disappoint. Adelaide Oval had a great crowd as well. Disappointing, the 37,000. And we saw it in Hobart, we saw it on the Gold Coast, and right here at the Gabba as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I think I had the pleasure, I mentioned earlier, around going to India. 1998 was the first year. So, we're talking, 30-odd years. I like to call it my love affair with India. I've loved it, the energy, enthusiasm. I reckon I've been to India in different roles. I was on an Australian-India Council for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I've mentioned Cricket Australia, being on the board there. Took me there a few times. But I reckon I've been to India maybe 50 times.
Wow.
I don't sure I'm sort of rounding up too much there. I've actually been to the Taj Mahal 9 occasions.
Wow,
with different people and groups. I realise that. But one of the things I love about India was obviously going there and loving India and the people and everything there, but also the fact that they've come here. People come and see my home. But I do love sharing quite often with an Indian audience, that is, that I actually recognise myself as being a significant contributor to the GDH of India. And then the gross domestic happiness of India. And the reason being that I successfully bowled a cricket ball right in the middle of Sachin Tendulkar's cricket bat for many years.
Especially famously in Sharjah, Casper. Everybody talks about when the little fella hit the big fella, the little man hit the big fella for six when he hit Tom Moody. But
he was hitting everyone.
The six of you was bigger.
Oh, was it?
I know, I just gave you the big build-up.
All right,
so
thanks.
bring it back.
Now, Casper, you went up against some of the greats of Test cricket. Sachin, Brian Lara. Who was the toughest man to bowl at in your career?
Oh, definitely Sachin in India. I never played him in Australia, would you believe?
Yeah, you did.
I never actually played against in the India team in Test cricket in Australia. So he was in those conditions. That was always the toughest over there. Playing against Lara, even in county cricket. But it was one of those players, the way he played, the big backlift and all that, you sort of felt you half a chance. You know, maybe in the gully, something like that. But then all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard and he's 40 runs.
And you're just trudging in all day.
Well, you naturally do. That's not just a job, but you know, you live, like I said, you're living your dream. So that's what it's all that's what it's all about. So yeah.
Well, it's officially been announced here at the ground, so the tickets will be refunded. So the Indian fans who've stayed back will have to unfortunately trudge back. I mean, it does mean that India won the series, so 2-1. So a series which started with a damn squib in Canberra has finished another damn squib here at the Gabba in Brisbane. So, and already, what was the next thing they showed on the big screen? That the next game here is from 4th to 8th.
4th of 8th, the day-night test match. And look, I love day-night cricket. I love that they're bringing it to the Gabba, but with southeast Queensland weather the way that it is, that match at some point is going to be affected by rain or a storm.
Are you asking Michael Kasparov just to keep his phone close to him, that we might just call upon him at any time?
We might need some rain delay.
Oh, right. Story time, you reckon?
Story time with Casper.
Well, boys, this is officially the post-match for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. We will be taking the presentation of the series trophy, which will be going to India by way of a 2-1 victory in this 5-match series with 2-0 results, which is disappointing, but can't control Mother Nature. And after the presentation, we will be hearing the sounds of the game there as part of our post-match for Sonos this summer. Feel the sound of every play with Sonos. It's been T20 cricket for Remitly. One easy app to send money worldwide. And for Fujitsu, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. And we thank all our partners on SEN Cricket across the summer. We're still waiting for the post-match presentation, which will be conducted down in the press conference room here at the Gabba, because it is still teeming down outside. The fans are free to leave and all the tickets will be refunded. We're just waiting for that to come. So we'll stick with you as we head into the post-match celebrations. And a great series win for India. They played some great cricket especially in Hobart and on Thursday night on the Gold Coast, and plenty to look forward to heading into a World T20 World Cup year.
Yeah, very much so. And they didn't start too well. Josh Hazelwood hit them hard in the power play. 3 for 6 he was after 3 overs at the MCG, and they never really recovered from that. But they've come back strongly and shown why they are the best in the world, why they are the defending world champions in this format. And yeah, different players put their hand up in those 2 games. The spinners you mentioned earlier, Jack, Varun Chakravarti's had a really good series, enhanced his reputation even further to come to conditions so alien to him and perform with his mystery spin. Akshar Patel consistent as ever. Abhishek Sharma has shown Australia why he's rated so highly. Yes, he was dropped twice today, but his innings at the MCG, even though it was in a losing course, was a sign of what's to come, maybe across other formats as well. There were a couple of other sparkly innings from Shubman Gill and bits and pieces from everybody else. But yeah, just a professional performance from India to come back and beat them. So, and just the way Indian cricket works, Casper. Just think of Shubman Gill and some of these other players who play all 3 formats, Washington Sundar and the likes. They finished the test match in Delhi.
Yeah.
And within 3 days, they were playing an ODI in Perth. And now they finished this T20I series at the Gabba, and literally in 3 days' time or 4 days' time, they're playing a test match in India against South Africa. So it's quite something. The fact that they go from a test match in Delhi to a one-day series it starts in Perth, then a T20 series, back to India where they all started again and against a completely different, the world test champions, no less. So it's quite something what Indian cricketers have to go through.
Well, life of a professional cricketer these days. We talk about the preparation. We spoke about England coming out and just having virtually a net session before the first test. And you can see why that's the case, with the amount of cricket on and obviously different formats and all that. But look, they are fit. They are so fit players these days, and you got to be to get through all these games.
As we look down on the boundary, Arshdeep Singh has emerged from the rooms taking photos and signing autographs for the Indian fans, which have still stuck around in their throngs. It's been a fantastic showing from the fans down there at ground level. We're still waiting for the post-match presentation. India claiming the win in this series 2-1. The game called off with India none for 52 after 4.5 overs. And didn't they make a ballistic start to this game with Shubman Gill and Abhishek Sharma at the top of the order, doing what they do best, and that was hitting boundaries. Abhishek Sharma, he rode his luck with a couple of drop catches.
Yes.
One put down by Glenn Maxwell, which you described it as one of the easiest catches of Glenn Maxwell's life.
Yeah.
And even Glenn Maxwell right in front of us looked shocked that he'd dropped it. He couldn't believe it. And Ben Dorshus, the other drop for the Australian team. So, with the game being called off, guess it doesn't matter now, but at the time, very concerning from the Australians in the field.
Yeah, you could have been really devastating in terms of how this game would have gone. And yeah, I mean, in a way, India also looked dominant in this game. Just the way, the rhythms of the game, you never know in T20 cricket, Casper. It felt like India had, in the first 4 or 5 overs, had already stamped their authority on this contest. And, the Australian batting not having really fired the way we would have expected it to. Maybe the writing was on the wall. So, yeah, it's ended the way, it would have, imagine it would have ended. But at least Maxwell and Ben Dorshus don't have to sit and mull over what would have been if they'd taken the catch.
Well, I think that's it. You sort of talk about the keys, early wickets. And they really had the chance to do that. So they could have had early wickets there, and we would have been talking a whole different way here with those two early. Well, there was definitely one of the same batsman. But if all of a sudden there's those two early wickets, they're right on the back foot, and it's just those every delivery it's actually, you realise how important it is. How important as a moment, but also too just those moments going your way.
Now, let's change tact a little bit. We talked earlier in the broadcast about Australia's Ashes squad, the 15-man squad that was named on Wednesday, and it is an ageing squad. Let's face it, only one player under the age of 30 in that is Cameron Green. Let's have a look at who is going to be the next in line for Australia over the next couple of years, because it is a fact that they are going to have to blood some players, especially at the test level, over the next 18 months to 2 years, because it's a packed-out test cycle. Australia got a period starting from around September next year where they'll play 20 test matches in the space of 10 months, and you would think some fresh blood would be coming into that. Who are some of the players that will come into this side, and who have you got your eye on, Bharat?
Oh, there are so many. In terms of, you can even break it down from batters, bowlers, even with bowlers, fast bowlers and spinners. From a batting perspective, I'll start closer to home, as you should, in Adelaide. I think Jason Sangha is not too far. Looks like the presentation.
Well, we've got the presentation. We'll head down and get this audio thanks to the host broadcaster, Fox
India, and with that final washout, India win the series 2-1. And we want to thank 5thT Tyres for their continued support, not just of this series, but of Australian cricket throughout the summer. And representing them tonight is we have Jason Nichols. Jason, thank you for joining us tonight. And you've got the pleasure of presenting the 5thT Tyres Man of the Series, and it is Abhishek Sharma from India. Congratulations, Abhishek. 163 runs at an average of 40, 161 strike rate. Congratulations, mate. I guess from what I saw, what we all witnessed, you enjoy Australian conditions.
I mean, of course, I've been waiting for this tournament because the time and then I got to know that we are going to Australia to play T20s, I was very excited because all I've been seen throughout my career that Australia is always very batting friendly for all the batsmen, and that's what I was trying when I was practicing for it. But still I feel that we could have got still better totals in between, but I feel that what we were practicing and we had a plan that we executed really well.
I guess batting conditions get a little bit friendlier when Josh Hazlewood's not playing. I noticed your sense of relief when you heard that after game 2. That must have been a great experience for you to take on one of the great players in the world.
I mean, of course, for any team, I think the way he was bowling, it was beneficial for any team. But I've told before as well that I always enjoy the battle between a batter and a bowler because he's a world-class bowler. And if you want to play good cricket and if you want to do really well in future as well, you have to face world-class bowlers. And I think I was practicing for these kind of bowlers only because that's how you're gonna do really well for your team, and that's where you get the momentum for your team.
You certainly know how to build momentum straight away. Ball 1. What is your thought process? So often you charge down. Is it going to happen every ball, or are you going to start having opposition bowlers guessing a little bit?
No, I feel it's a special mention to my captain and coach. They have given me this responsibility and the work that you just go and express yourself. I feel as a batter, when you're doing 20-30s, you're scoring, it's not easy for you as well because you know somewhere in between that you can go a bit longer. But I think the clarity and the work they have given me that you just go and express and set the momentum for the team. So that's what I've been practicing really hard in the nets as well and in off season as well because I know that's my responsibility and that's the work they've given me. So I have to be top notch on that and just trying my best.
It was entertaining to watch, and just in finishing a very exciting period of time coming up. We're just 4 months away from a World Cup, a T20 World Cup in your homeland of India. That's very exciting. We've seen the support for you out here in Australia. I bet you can't wait to get back on home soil.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the biggest tournament, and it's actually my dream come true moment as well because if I'll be playing that World Cup, and as a kid I always dreamt about this, at winning the World Cup and winning the matches for my country, and especially so it's going to be a really big moment, and I think till then I'll make sure that I'm ready for that tournament.
I can't wait to watch it. Congratulations, mate, on your Man of the Series effort. Abhishek Sharma there from India, Man of the Series, thanks to BKT Tyres. I'll now call on Mitch Marsh, Australia's captain. Mitch, well, another frustrating night. I guess a little bit of a frustrating series, given there was a bookend of washouts and you had the lead, but then lost a bit of momentum.
Yeah, I don't think, I can't remember the last time we played and we've had so many rain interruptions, but I thought all in all it was a great series. Two really good teams going at it. India obviously won the games when it mattered, so congratulations to them.
Yeah, it was a series of opportunity because you guys were shuffling the deck. You were resting players at times, obviously had some players sitting out with some little niggling injuries. So is there a key learning that you've taken away from this series as you look forward to that World Cup?
Oh, I think, there's a lot of learnings to take forward, a lot of positives. I think the adaptability and the flexibility of our group and the squad that we're trying to build in a World Cup year has been amazing. The guys that have come in, have done really well, played their roles, and that's all we can ask for. So there's always moving parts in international cricket, especially with the Ashes series coming up. But all in all, we had a great attitude.
Yeah, no more T20 internationals between now and that World Cup. So I gather the Big Bash is going to play a very important role in the final selection of that squad.
Yeah, I think if you look at our squad full strength, it's a pretty settled team. But the Big Bash is there for guys to enjoy, and hopefully the Scorchers win.
There you go. All right, mate. Well, well done. Thanks for the entertainment. Well played yourself, and we'll look forward to seeing you lead that. Well, who leads, you or Pat? Is Pat going to captain the World Cup squad, or if he's fit, or do you assume and hang on to the captaincy?
Oh, geez, that's a good question, Gil. I think I'll be there. Yeah.
So you are the official T20 captain. Pat Cummins comes in. No, he's got to play under you still.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, good. Well done. Thanks for clarifying that. There's been a few questions around. No, well done, mate. All the best. We'll see you during the summer. There's Mitch Marsh, and now call up the victorious Indian captain, Suryakumar Yadav. He can come in. We'll get the trophy presentation in just a moment. Congratulations, Sky. It's, quite the turnaround, given that you drop a game in a 5-game series after the washout. You knew you had to get things sorted, and you must be really, really pleased with the way the squad went about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the way this tournament started, we wanted to get the game to be completed at Canberra, but that's fine. That's that's not in our control. But the way everyone chipped in every game, we came back after being one down in the series. I think credit goes to all the boys, complete team effort, and yeah, it was a good series with the bat, ball, and in the field as well.
Yeah, well, particularly with the ball, often it seems you need to have a strength in fast bowling in Australian conditions, and you had that. Arshdeep came in and made an immediate impact, but the spin bowling throughout the series was vitally important, particularly that last game at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I mean, see, bowlers, both of them, fast bowlers and spinners, they know their job really well. Bumrah, Arshdeep together is a very lethal combination, and then our Aksar, Varun coming in, doing what they do the best, and Washi coming in handy in the last game. I think they know what they've played a lot of T20 cricket now with franchise cricket happening, domestic cricket around. I think they bring a lot to the table, and they're backing themselves, having their own plans, executing it on the ground. That's what we want.
Yeah, it's a very versatile squad that you have, a lot of depth there. South Africa, 5 games at home after the Test series back in India. How certain are you of your T20 squad going into that home World Cup?
I think for a squad-related thing, I think it's a very good headache to have. There are a lot of players who've been doing really well. But yeah, playing 3 beautiful and good, strong teams before the World Cup. Just finished Australia, going to play South Africa, and then New Zealand later on. It's going to be a great build-up for the World Cup. But yeah, with the squad, I think it looks a bit good headache to have, with everyone having so many runs, wickets behind their back. But we'll see later on what we can do. But yeah, it's a good headache to have.
Does it really excite you, the fact that you're going to be captaining your country in a home World Cup, defending champions?
I saw recently what happened with the women's team winning the World Cup in India, having an unbelievable support. When you're playing at home, of course, there's a lot of pressure, but at the same time, a lot of excitement, a lot of responsibility, and when you're playing at your backyard, I think there'll be a lot of support from everyone wherever we play in India. It's going to be a good challenge, very exciting tournament later on, but still far away, still two important series to go. Need to see a lot of things during that, and then I'm sure it'll be an exciting World Cup ahead.
Right, well, you were challenged here and you fought back beautifully, you and your team, so congratulations, mate, on the series win, 2-1 winners. I'll now invite Jason to come back in and present you with the trophy. Sky, the BKT T20 International Series, 2-1 victors after a couple of washouts. Congratulations to you and your team, and we'll see you in the World Cup. And that's all we have from the presentation here. It's a happy, smiling Indian captain as they win this series 2-1.
The post-match presentation, thanks to the host broadcaster Fox Cricket for that audio. Abhishek Sharma was the player of the series for Ray White Commercial. At Ray White Commercial, we bring the whole team, and this is our post-match for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And we get some final thoughts from my 2 colleagues here in the commentary box, Bharat Sundaresan and Michael Kasparovich. Let's start. As we head, well, the T20 series is now done. So let's go with an Ashes prediction. Big summer of cricket coming up. It all starts November 21 on SEN Cricket. Casper, we'll start with you. Who wins the Ashes series and what's the final score?
Australia 4-0.
Wow. Didn't even think about it.
Well, only because that's exactly what's happened the previous 2 Ashes series in Australia. It takes a little bit, actually takes a lot to get used to the conditions, extra bounce. And without their warm-up games, I suppose, they're turning up and having a net session, essentially. They're going straight into it. So I think that's going to cost them 1 or 2. I reckon 4-0. We'll get one being a draw, being possibly through rain. Not Brisbane, of course.
Now, Bharat Sundaresan, can this Bazball outfit get the job done on Australian soil?
Well, I told you, this is the WrestleMania main event, and the question is, can England finish their story? And I'm telling you, they will not, because in the wrestling world, you either win or you lose, and they're going to get smashed 5-0. The end of Bazball.
Wow. Okay, Bharat, I know you are a massive wrestling fan. If this English team under Brendan McCullum was a WWE wrestler, who would they be?
No, they're more a faction. So they're
more a faction.
They are they're a bunch of because when they lose, they still win, or they claim that and when they lose, they say no, we lost because of some. They are the they're not. Yeah, they're not the coolest NWO of. They're not as cool as the NWO, but they are a bit like the NWO. But yeah, you know how the NWO ended. It just ended in a whimper. So that's just how I see baseball coming to an end. And this is not me saying this because I pledged my allegiance to the people of Australia on May 22nd, but maybe that's what I'm saying.
Good man.
There's when you're saying the wrestlers, you're trying to find a wrestler that reminds me. I was thinking about it. I thought they're the villain, aren't they?
Yeah.
So the Iron Sheik.
Well,
so that's make him the
one
Iron
of the
Sheik.
best villains in the business.
And I'm not sure he was necessarily a villain, but Georgie Animal Steel.
He was a lovable villain.
He was, maybe the anti-hero, maybe that sort of fits.
All right. Iron Sheik I'm going with.
Was it Nikolai Volkov?
Nikolai Volkov, yeah.
There you go. He was the other bad
Stumps
guy.
and Bumps, Casper. We need to get you on Stumps and Bumps.
You need that?
Yeah.
Big wrestling fans.
Tuesday night,
loved
Stumps and Bumps. Eric Bischoff and Bharat Sundaresan.
Really?
It's a real show.
Is it? Okay.
It's the perfect fusion of wrestling and cricket.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
Tune in Tuesday night, Casper.
I will. I definitely will now.
All right. Stumps and Bumps with
Stumps and
two of
Bumps.
us. Yeah.
I'm in.
Well, this has been SEN T20 Cricket for Remitly, one easy app to send money worldwide, and for Fujitsu. Just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air. Michael Kasparovich, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box this evening. Disappointing that we only got 4.5 overs worth of cricket, but enough story time to last a lifetime.
Yes.
Especially, I know you hate revisiting it, but 05 Ashes, fantastic. And I'm sure the content will be living online for days to come.
I actually love it. I really enjoy telling the story. So, look, great to be up here with you guys and the opportunity to do it tonight. I actually went to India with Bharat.
Yes.
With
For
SEN. For SEN. A couple of years ago. The last two.
2023.
Yeah, there you
two
go.
test matches, Nagpur and Delhi.
So we've, and I think